It's about time to take a seat, to get ready for this beautiful event, to open your hearts and minds for the expectations, and to be prepared to start. We will be starting in a very short moment. If you want to chat with somebody sitting next to you, perhaps to wish a beautiful day or to exchange some expectations of the day, that is the right time to do. But please stay seated in the places. We'll be really starting very soon. I hope you had a beautiful morning with some sunshine, quite chilly, but quite enjoyable. We're very lucky when we have sunshine instead of rain. I believe that every teacher enjoys the moment when the room is so silent and open for the lecture to start. Feels like that. And I see my students here, which is wonderful. And a lot of partners from Transform for Europe Alliance. Also great honor. So I believe that there is some time to keep asking people around you how they've been doing this morning. But the best things are the ones that you wait for a little bit, right? And some people are still coming, wonderful. Please come and join us. The President of the Republic of Lithuania, Gitanas, Nausėda. Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Lithuania, Gitanas Nausėda, Honorable President Sauli Niinistö, Excellencies Ambassadors, magnificent rectors, esteemed guests, dear academic community. It is my immense honor and pleasure to greet everyone gathered here today at this outstanding event, Strategic Policy Conference, Universities Shaping the Future, Building Resilient Societies through Innovation and Global Impact. organized by Vytautas Magnus University and all the partners of the Transform for Europe Alliance. To deliver the opening remarks, let us give a warm welcome to the Rector of Vytautas Magnus University, Professor Ineta Dabašinskienė.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Lithuania, Gitanas Nausėda, Honorable President Sauli Niinistö, Excellencies Ambassadors, Directors, dear academic community, partners, friends, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to welcome you this cold but sunny morning to Vytautas Magnus University and to open this conference co-organized by our university and the Transform for Europe Alliance. We gather here at a crucial moment when resilience has become not just a concept, but a collective task. In the face of growing global threats and shifting geopolitical realities, universities must stand at the forefront, not only advancing knowledge, but strengthening the foundation of security, trust, and civic resilience. We are deeply grateful to both presidents for their presence today and for their continued leadership in reminding us that Europe's security, prosperity, and resilience depend on our shared commitment to humanistic and democratic values. Only by standing together as nations, institutions, and individuals can we protect what truly defines Europe: our freedom, our dignity, and our capacity to create a future built on trust, solidarity, and shared responsibility. The European university alliances, such as Transform for Europe, were created to embody this very vision, to unite universities as drivers of change and innovation, to strengthen Europe's identity, and to foster a culture of innovation, creativity, and social responsibility that serves our societies. Our alliance brings together 11 universities across Europe as one multi-campus network, combining research, education, and entrepreneurship, where innovation meets responsibility and local impact grows into shared European vision. As Vytautas Magnus University concludes its presidency of the Transform for Europe Alliance, we take pride in what we have built together. And of course, we look forward with confidence to the new collaborations and shared ambitions that lie ahead. Let us use this conference as a space for open dialogue and genuine collaboration, where ideas lead to action, and where the academic, political, and civic worlds meet to imagine and strengthen Europe's common future. Thank you all for being here, for your dedication and shared purpose. And once again, welcome to Kaunas. Welcome to Vytautas Magnus University, your European home for this week. Thank you.
Thank you, Magnificent Rector, for welcoming words. We are deeply honored to have with us today His Excellency, President of the Republic of Lithuania, Gitanas Nausėda. Mr. President, the floor is yours for a welcoming speech.
Your Magnificence Rector, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, It is my great pleasure to welcome you all here at the Vytautas Magnus University. Today we have a great opportunity to discuss resilience, both as a societal asset and personal competency. I'm pleased to note that Vytautas Magnus University has placed resilience at the top of its Transform for Europe Alliance presidency agenda. And the report prepared by President Niinistö is also timely and, I must say, highly instructive. Lithuania knows the true value of resilience, and we are constantly striving to build even more of it. This is a natural response to a complex and evolving spectrum of hybrid threats. What we are facing today is not an isolated problem to be solved somewhere on the eastern flank of the European Union and NATO. This is a truly European challenge now, and it needs European solutions. Cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns, drone incursions, and targeted disruption of critical infrastructure do not stop at national borders. These actions are designed to destabilize, divide, and undermine the democratic values all over the Euro-Atlantic community. No one has declared war, and yet we, as a community, find ourselves in the midst of a conflict. Traditional lines between war and peace are blurring. A gray zone is being created in which state-sponsored actors employ a combination of military and non-military measures to inflict damage without triggering an armed response. In recent months, there has been a notable upsurge of Russian hybrid activities across NATO and European Union member states, especially in the Baltic and Nordic regions. Russian jet fighters violated Estonian airspace, and drones flew over key sites in Belgium, Poland, Romania, Denmark, Norway, Finland, Lithuania, and Germany. Earlier, critical undersea infrastructure was damaged in the Baltic region. Airports and logistics centers crippled by cyber attacks, and elections in European countries targeted by influence operations. This is not a random harassment, but a coordinated and escalating effort. A hybrid warfare that is to be treated with utmost seriousness. At the same time, this wave of activities follows as well a well-known pattern, undermining borders, trying to destabilize nations and attacking democratic values, comes straight out of an old Russian playbook. It is a manifestation of deep-rooted imperial mindset, driven by a blatant disregard for the sovereignty of others. This attitude was clearly at play as early as 2006, when Russia cut off supplies through Druzhba pipeline to Lithuania. In 2007, Estonia faced Russia's cyber attack campaign and political and economic pressure following the removal of the Soviet-era bronze soldier war memorial. In 2008, a series of military provocations led directly to war against Georgia. In 2014, active hybrid operations were followed by the illegal occupation of Crimea and parts of Donbas, and later by the current full-scale war. While it is certainly true that Russia's hybrid warfare does not always lead to conventional war, it is no less dangerous. We must respond with resolve, precision, and unity. State-sponsored terrorism shall not be tolerated. It is imperative to treat the provocations with utmost seriousness and to adopt an increasingly proactive approach. First steps have already been taken. Since 2016, NATO has made it clear that hybrid actions against a member state could lead to the invocation of Article 5. This policy was reinforced at the 2023 NATO summit in Vilnius, where leaders agree that malicious cyber activities and sophisticated hybrid attacks could prompt a collective response. Next in line is the development of the comprehensive response framework that includes intelligence sharing, legal and policy tools, military preparedness, and societal resilience mechanisms. NATO allies must become more assertive and agile in detecting threats, sharing intelligence, and imposing costs on malicious actors. The risk for the hybrid aggressors must be raised, making such operations costly and ineffective. To go beyond this and significantly enhance resilience at the level of NATO and the European Union, I would suggest following a 7-point or 7-step plan. First, we must implement the agreement reached at this year's NATO summit in The Hague to allocate 1.5% of GDP to resilience building. This should ensure the security of our critical infrastructure, cybersecurity, and border protection, along with the necessary inclusion of the stronger counter-drone capabilities. All NATO allies also need to incorporate key resilience targets into their national strategies. Second, when investing in resilience, our countries must not purchase products, software, or technologies from untrustworthy investors such as China. Careful screening of foreign investments originating outside the Euro-Atlantic area and its partners must become a routine resilience hygiene procedure. Third, priority should be given to integrating civil and military planning and enhancing cooperation. Regular exercises must be conducted to test preparedness against potential malicious disruptions from Russia and China. Fourth, serious measures must be taken against Russia's shadow fleet in the Baltic Sea to ensure the protection of critical infrastructure, networks, and transport corridors. Fifth, we must establish comprehensive, practical cooperation among governments in the Baltic Sea region. Institutions responsible for border protection, cybersecurity, counterterrorism, stopping illegal migration, and fighting organized crime must exchange information promptly and coordinate their actions. We should also work closely with local administrations and regions, raising awareness about potential hybrid threats. Sixth, at the national level, special attention must be paid to both the physical protection and cybersecurity of electrical grids and gas storage facilities. Ukrainian lessons show how quickly those crucial networks can be taken out of operation. Having recently completed a critically important synchronization project, the Baltic states and Poland have already submitted a joint project of 360 million euros to the European Commission's Power Protection Vehicle to protect our critical energy infrastructure. And seventh, we must strengthen NATO-EU cooperation, ramp up our defense industries, and support startups developing cutting-edge technologies. Tackling Russia's hybrid war requires innovative solutions, such as drone software, effective detection of incursions, and spare parts for pipelines, and we must find them together. Ladies and gentlemen, in our new reality, defense is no longer solely the responsibility of armed forces or security services. Robust hybrid resilience requires a whole-of-society approach, combining military readiness with civilian preparedness, government coordination, and private sector involvement. The collective effort of all sectors of society are needed. Ultimately, the burden of responsibility falls on every single citizen of a democratic state and every member of a free and open society. The constant pressure of dangerous adversary regimes requires constant vigilance, especially when it comes to the great challenge of our times: mass-produced, relatively cheap, and easily distributed misinformation or disinformation. With our historic memory, democratic values, and very notion of truth under vicious attack, we must mobilize and resist with all our strength. Never before has critical thinking based on the solid foundation of knowledge been as important as today. And this means that modern education, and especially our universities, has a crucial role to play in preparing young adults for an increasingly uncertain and complex reality. The great battle for our minds and hearts and for the future of democracy has only just begun. Yet, standing here in this great hall of Vytautas Magnus University, I strongly believe that moral truth will always shine through, thanks to our educators, innovators, and all the people that truly care. I thank you wholeheartedly and invite you to join in this inspiring discussion. Thank you so much.
Your Excellency, thank you for inspiring contribution and especially for highlighting the important role of universities in security and defense efforts. Dear colleagues, Transform for Europe Alliance dearly cherishes the support and encouragement of the European Commission in projecting the future paths and strategies. So therefore, we are especially grateful today to have the possibility to hear the welcoming word from Henna Virkkunen, Executive Vice President of the European Commission for Technological Sovereignty, Security and Democracy, and European Commissioner for Digital and Frontier Technologies. So let us follow her video address.
Dear participants, thank you for inviting me to address this important event. The subject of today's conference is very topical. Our democracies are under attack. We are seeing cyber attacks, sabotage to our critical infrastructure, disinformation campaigns, and violations of our airspace. We have to work together to keep Europe safe. Also in March this year, for the first time, the EU adopted a preparedness strategy. This followed the report of President Sauli Niinistö, who I know is speaking in this conference as well. President Niinistö, in his report, rightly states that we need to move to a more comprehensive perspective on preparedness. Strengthening our resilience through this new preparedness mindset is essential, with the whole of government and whole of society approaches. We are now mainstreaming preparedness and security considerations in our legislation, policies, and programs. The preparedness strategy includes various concrete proposals on how we can implement this mindset. These include actions from strengthening the Emergency Response Coordination Center to developing public-private emergency protocols. One of the most concrete actions of the strategy is developing the population self-sufficiency of minimum 72 hours. Dear participants, later this year we will also propose a European Democracy Shield. The objective of the shield is simple but ambitious: to strengthen resilience and preparedness across society and to foster citizens' participation and engagement. We will act across several fronts: enforcing existing legislation, reviewing legislation when necessary, and also developing situational awareness and strengthening our democracies against manipulation in the digital age. A new European Centre for Democratic Resilience will bring together expertise and capacity from across member states and neighbouring countries as well. The EDMO network and the new European network of fact-checkers, they will further contribute to these goals, expanding fact-checking capacity and also coverage across the EU. It's important to support independent news media, media freedom, and media literacy. We are really stepping up these efforts. Our media literacy actions will focus on increasing resilience against information integrity risks, from disinformation and foreign information manipulation and interference to election interference and new forms of online manipulation. Well-informed citizens, they are essential for democracy. We need to ensure that citizens that they can recognize manipulation and disinformation when they see it. This is a cornerstone of our whole of society approach. With these actions, as well as with our internal security strategy and the defense white paper, both adopted this spring, we have set a very clear vision for safe and secure Europe. Your seminar today is a very important step forward, and I want to thank you for your work. With these words, I wish you an interesting seminar and very fruitful discussions. And I'm looking forward to the outcomes of your meeting today.
Dear everyone, we are now proceeding with the first session of the conference. The session that is called Europe's Resilience in a Shifting Global Order. And it is my profound appreciation to invite our keynote speaker, former President of Finland, Sauli Niinistö, for the keynote address.
I think it's good.
Do we have microphones? Perfect. I would like to briefly introduce our first keynote speaker. President Niinistö graduated with a master's degree in law from the University of Turku. In 1977, he started his extensive political career, firstly in the local government. He was first elected to parliament in 1987 and held significant roles, including Minister of Justice, Deputy Prime Minister, and Minister of Finance from 1996 to 2003, when he helped Finland recover from a severe recession. He also gained international experience as the Vice President of the European Investment Bank. Upon returning to Finland, he served as the Speaker of Parliament. President Niinistö was elected as the 12th President of the Republic of Finland for 2 full terms from 2012 to 2024, achieving a historic re-election in 2018 by winning with over 50% of votes in the first round. Throughout his presidency, he enjoyed exceptional popularity, with over 90% of Finns at the end of his term believing he had performed successfully. President Niinistö, the floor is yours.
Thank you. President Nausėda, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I think many of us think that why we are discussing about preparedness and readiness. I want to answer it very simply. It's not that we would be afraid of the future, but that is to show responsibility for the future, for the young people here. During the last decades, we here in Europe, we have experienced a very radical change in our security environment. Climate change, pandemic, war first in Georgia, then full-scale war in Ukraine, and now the hybrid attacks. Somehow I had a feeling that after the Cold War, many of us Europeans, we forgot one truth, and that is that security and peace is the foundation of everything. For individuals, for families in their life, for communities. You can't plan the future without security. You have difficulties in maintaining your values without security. That's why this kind of mindset, change in mindset, is needed. I'm very well aware that here in Lithuania and in other places nearby to Russia, this wake-up call has already heard. But we still need more Europeans to have this mindset, understanding that security is the foundation of everything. In the report, and we heard also President and the Commissioner saying whole of society principle. Namely, whatever causes the threat, the actions of society are very similar. We have, across the society, ensure access for people to water, food, energy, medicine, whatever, in spite of the fact what is causing the problem. And this means cooperation, not working in silos. We human beings easily think that, well, I take care of my peace, they take care of theirs. No, this kind of working in silos doesn't give answers enough. We have to have cooperation inside administration and inside society. I talk about a new kind of PPP, private-public partnership. That means that public sector has to have an open relation to business, technology, science people, and civil society, to share information, to share experience. And the key word here is trust. We have to learn to trust to each other. Because if you trust, you're trusted. And you can trust that everybody takes his or her own peace seriously. I used to say that security is a common good. It's also a common responsibility. And now I come to participation of ordinary people. I just heard that here in Lithuania, you're giving an excellent example by renewing conscription. That's one way of participation. Especially for young people, it's good to have knowledge about security and the system behind it. So any service, voluntary or mandatory, in army, in military, or in hospitals, or fire stations, whatever, it gives an outlook to youngsters that security is a whole, and we have to take care of that. I used to say in Finland that every one of us is a defender of our country. If anywhere else, in between years, what kind of information you accept, what kind of information you're sharing with your friends, that has an impact. How critical you are. To go a bit further, why we need active people to make observations is the hybrid threat. We both have faced in Finland and you here in Lithuania problems in our borderline. That was a hybrid action. Russia made it twice to Finland, first in 2015 and then again 2023, pushing people to ask for asylum, but the idea was to raise confusion inside society, and they succeeded it in a certain extent. I mean, in Finland, there was an intensive discussion whether the government has the right to close the borders, and is it against Finnish constitution or international human rights? And that is a difficult question when you try to protect common good, common security, but you have somehow to restrict individuals' rights. And I'm quite sure that in Kremlin they try to figure out something such that they put a Western government, a European government, to restrict its own citizens' life. And in that way cause confusion in society. It's a very dangerous way of having hybrid attack. We need also more cooperation between governments inside EU and Europe. Viruses, missiles, like we heard President saying, they don't know any borders. There are no borderlines in security. And I want to raise up a term, single security. We like to talk here in Europe that single market is most important economically. Yes, it is. But we should also take up single security because it's even more important that European countries can live insecure. The role of academic community is most important. You product data, of course, but also understanding, comprehensive understanding, and draw attention on even to weak signals about long-term risks or societal weaknesses. That work is most important for governments because they have to know as much as possible to make decisions. Some 10 years ago, I was almost shocked when I heard President Putin speaking in Valdai. He keeps his yearly speech there. And he said that Western people, Europeans, people, we, individuals, are weak, hedonistic, too used to too good. And thus the West is weak. That was his speech. And having met him several times, I'm sure that he really thinks that we are weak. And it's not a very good combination. You have an aggressive leader in an autocratic country thinking that his neighbors are weak. That's a bad combination. So what we have to do is to show that we are not weak, we are strong, militarily and in societies. Because if even outsiders see that, well, they are strong. Nobody is trying to come here. And this is the key element we Europeans have to find an answer, and very rapidly indeed. I would like to end up by repeating how I started. We have to prepare, be ready, not because we are afraid of the future, but because we have responsibility for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President, for insightful words. I would like to start our discussion with the first question. You mentioned Putin's quote that he called Europeans weak. So my first question would be, as long as we are at university, what universities can do to make sure that Putin can no longer say that Europeans are weak?
Sorry, is it working? Okay. Can you repeat? I didn't get it.
Yeah, my question would be the role of universities. Now, when you mentioned that Putin believed that Europeans are weak, what universities should do to make sure that he never thinks that again, that he thinks that we are strong?
It's a bit difficult to hear because you hear better from, from the loudspeakers. Well, like I said, I think that everything starts from individuals, how we feel, what things we consider being important. And if there's a mindset, change in mindset or mindset that we all consider that it's important to understand that security is foundation of everything, that helps also to do decisions, because I have strong belief in democracy. What people want, that happens. But if people don't want, it's difficult to do anything.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. And to further proceed with our discussion, I would like to ask two more people to join. So let us all welcome Vice Minister of National Defense of the Republic of Lithuania, Tomas Godliauskas. And a young challenger and research analyst at Vytautas Magnus University Sakharov Research Center for Democratic Development, Maka Belurava. At our university, we have a strong belief in Socratic method when we challenge opinions in order to foster critical thinking. So now we will switch to that genre, and I will be very glad to give a word to our young challenger, research analyst, and actually a student at Vytautas Magnus University who studies future media and journalism, Maka Belurava, to continue challenging our opinions and looking into the situation. So thank you, Maka.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's a huge privilege to sit here with you. I will have first question to you, Mr. President. So you mentioned that security is at the same time the common good and the common responsibility. So my question would be, you wrote in the report that preparedness is a common responsibility too. But crises often hit vulnerable communities and hardest. They hit hardest. So how can the European Union's resilience agenda ensure social fairness so that resilience doesn't become something that is privilege of the wealthy, but a shared and inclusive capacity? Yeah.
Yes. If we think about the fears and threats we have, let's take climate change, drought, floods, or forest fires. They don't recognize which kind of people are hurted, not at all. The same fits with the hybrid attacks. So I do not see that the threat is somehow selective. We are all objectives in that. And that's not only dealing with individuals, but all the countries, societies too. And I think this is a lesson we should repeat again and again in Europe, that there are no borders of threat nowadays. So I do not necessarily see difference in the amount of threat, but surely how resilient people are, that might change. Some of us have easier to get prepared economically, and some of us don't. And that's why we have to have this kind of whole of society approach, which means that also those people who are not capable of taking care as much of themselves as others, they will be noticed. And that is why we have a social democratic system.
Thank you. Can I ask one more question, if you allow? Mr. President of Lithuania, Gitanas Nausėda, also talked about the importance of fighting with malicious actors during the hybrid threats, and you also mentioned it a lot in your report. So my question would be that you argue in your report that Europe must protect its open societies to fight with malicious actors, and we all know who we are talking about in this sense, without undermining democratic values. And you also mentioned in your speech that it's very hard to maintain values in the context of hybrid threats and constant threats. So how do, as a society, as a democratic society, ensure that the push for stronger security and preparedness doesn't gradually erode the freedoms and the pluralism that define our European identity?
This is a real dilemma of liberal democracies. I mean, what we have created, quite rightly, is for individuals a large space to react, to move, and it is very well protected, individual rights. But what we have seen is that those rights are misused by malicious people. It's easy in this freedom, open space which is protected. It's easier to maneuver also for those who have malicious minds. And this is a real dilemma. When we are facing the hybrid world, I referred already to the Finnish example which you share in the borderline. Yes, still it was, people accepted Finnish government's decision to close the border because it was important for common security. But many, especially juridical people, claimed that, well, this is doing wrong. You're hurting the basic rights of human beings. Like I said, I do not doubt at all that in Kremlin they will think all the possible means to put some of our governments here in Europe to a position where you have to restrict the life of your own citizens, and hoping that that will raise confusion, and it easily does. So how to solve this dilemma? I think that, and I have tried to say it also in Finland, that we should start discussing what kind of a right is common security, and how you weigh it with individual rights. When you pose individual rights over common security, and when the other way around. In pandemic, we saw many governments, European governments, making quite tough restrictions to their citizens' life. And that was criticized, but at the end also understood and accepted. So I think that the more we discuss before we are on the situation, that helps also to find right answers. But yes, I feel that this dilemma will follow us with the hybrid developments, and not even to mention what kind of means artificial intelligence and quantum technology give to a malicious mind.
And I would like to follow up with a question to the Vice Minister. President Niinistö mentioned that it is very much important that everyone is a defender. So what is your take on that? How do we achieve that everyone is a defender in Lithuania, especially when we think about young people and the mindset? So what would be your take on that?
So thank you for question, and thank you very much, Your Excellencies, President Nausėda, and Your Excellency, for the really insightful keynote speeches, which is actually breathing with the work I am doing in the National Ministry of National Defense. So answering to your question, I would say that it was a good remark that the defense is not just a matter of the Minister of Defense or the militaries. So it's a matter of whole country, a whole region at the same time, and a whole NATO or European Union. So when we talk about a citizen, so we had the obligation of each citizen in our constitution to defend the country. So our defense is a total and unconditional. So that's mean that each citizen has a right and role in the country defense. You know, in one hand, this is a military part, but what is the most crucial, what the President Niinistö is mentioning, that a whole government and whole society has to be integral part of the state defense. So in this regard, I would say that we in Lithuania, probably among the youngsters, we have a better understanding, better comprehension than young people in the Spain or South. So in this regard, it was mentioned, you know, very detailed, the scope of the threats we are actually facing constantly in our region. There is also the historical experience our nations have. And in this understanding, there is probably a little bit not easier, but is more for the most of the society is more understandable why we're doing it and why we need this. And I think that this is one aspect. The second aspect is what country is doing just to build this. And in this regard, I think that the priority which set by the president on the defense as a such, as the highest priority, what was mentioned that probably the foundation of all the welfare of the state is based on the security of the state. All the investments, secure environment, economical gain, and prosperity of our country is depend on the security. So that's why we have to take very serious in this. And I think that in our political priorities, not just allocating the finances for the hard defense, but what was mentioned that 1.5% to other sectors, to be the more resilient, more integrated, and more prepared is vital, especially right now. So this is an approach where we have to, you know, integrate municipalities and NGOs, private subjects, and this is very important. And Lithuania is taking the best examples, and the best example is Finland. The total defense, comprehensive defense, is what actually they have long decades of experience. So, and from my point of view, my first visit was into Finland, just to talk with with my counterparts to visit and to see how the system is, or how the reserve system is organized, how the civil preparedness and civil defense is organized. So all those lessons is very much required right now in our region. So taking an example, Lithuania is also moving towards the total defense. And 2 years ago, President approved the state defense plan, which is actually was one of the conceptual document, was mainly designed to connect all those institutional, organizational, and individual efforts. And what you, President, mentioning about this private and public partnership, I fully agree that this is at the most important, and this is not so easy to achieve, and it is hard to actually to develop this. So in this regard, just a couple of things to mention that I think that everything is also circling around the trust. The trust is not just how we are resilient and ready, but trust of the society, young, old, it doesn't matter the age, but trust of the country, on the trust of the government, trust of the government institutions, trust that the government is doing right, trust that someone will take care if situation will erupt. So I think that the trust very much shaping our societal will to defend our country. And this is the second big aspect, defensive mindset. And I think that the best defensive mindset we have in Finland, the best defensive mindset we have in Israel. So those countries who are actually constantly facing and had long-term experience, and I think that the defensive mindset in Lithuania is also firm, and I think that we're moving to this very comprehensive understanding of it.
Thank you indeed for such encouraging words. And actually, perhaps what we're doing in our European alliances is also very much important, because that actually gives this opportunity for networking and sharing the mindset, or sharing the comprehension that you mentioned that perhaps in our regions is a bit different from what could be further from us. Marka, back to you with your questions.
Yeah, of course. Mr. Vice Minister, you just mentioned what I have question on about the total defense, the understanding of total defense in Lithuania, examples of Finland, Israel. Me, I'm personally from Georgia, so this is something very familiar to me as well. But however, speaking with my, the same age, people with the same age, many young Europeans view national defense actually distant from the daily life. These are people who never experienced, who were born after war. How can Lithuania make total defense a civic activity? I know the brilliant example of Riflemen Union, which we have in Lithuania, but more activities, of course, are needed, as you mentioned already, Mr. Vice Minister. So how can Lithuania make total defense a civic activity that genuinely engages and commits young people, moving beyond just seeking their support? And in this term, I mean that with the rising hybrid threats from Russia, this is something that must be discussed on the daily basis, right, to be prepared.
Yeah, as I mentioned, probably those key words was the trust, will, and the mindset. But how we can involve and how we can approach to the better result. From working in this field also for already like more than a decade, I would say that the education is a key. Education and communication with the society is a key. When we talk about education, we talk about the long-lasting effects on our children and the schools. So those are the system what we have to develop. What kind of those patriotic, democratic values we are putting into the heads of our kids. Through there's history learning, through the very basic subjects what they get, but at the same time also giving some understanding, on resilience, giving some competences, which is right now especially is relevant, talking about the disinformation field, talking about the cyber threats, talking about the psychological resilience. Those are the areas which has to be the elements in the educational cycle. And I think that we, Lithuania, approach to it very seriously. This year, the last school year, we already did in all the schools for the 9 grades our defensive and patriotic education. It was like 3 days, but nevertheless, it was more or less just giving the sense on those competencies, what I have mentioned before. So, and this is not the end. I think that we also should think that the technologies which are changing the battlefield in today's the investment into the schools where the kids are actually getting the technological knowledge, science, creativity, constructing, we had good examples on developing some for informal education, the drone centers, where kids from the 3rd to 12th grades can come and just to dive into this technological future by constructing them, designing them, exploring them with a dual use purpose, with the engineering mindset. And I think in the future we will have more young people who are actually joining those universities with this engineering thinking, and they will build, incredible things. And I think that what we see in Ukraine right now, that this is a combination of, whole society effort. And this is not just the military building something, but it's also the business building something, but it's also academia, science, and the same kids, they are building and contributing to this. So I think that one big aspect on the education is, what we are actually setting in the minds of our youngsters, and actually, giving those patriotic feelings, and this will bring the trust, what we're expecting, and the will, what we're expecting, and the mindset, what we're expecting. And the second one, I would say that in this geopolitical context, in this threat environment, what we have to think is, how we can, fill those gaps of those individual and societal preparation. And the civil preparation is one of the priorities right now in Lithuania, giving all those required competencies to each individual. I think that every one of us has to know how to provide the first medical aid to your friend, to your family, to your neighbor, if it will require it. Just to understand how the state is run during the crisis, to give the sense, how to prepare for it. And I liked very much what you, Mr. President, mentioned on your quote that we actually look and show the responsibility for the future. And this is a keywords actually, and very important keywords, that this is not just to feel afraid of something, but is actually to be comfortable in looking into the future. And I think that we had many programs right now where we're giving the education for our society from ministerial, political level down to the communities level, and this is giving all those preparatory elements which is required for our citizens. And this should be as a system in the state which actually provide this kind of education. And lastly, I think that which was mentioned many times is military readiness and the civil preparedness. When we talk about the military readiness, we should think that this is not just about buying military capabilities, tanks, air drones, air defense means, or other assets, but is also integrating the society in this military preparedness, reserve system, conscription service, professional army. Everything is actually a combination of human resources, which will be crucial for the state defense. Yes.
Thank you so much. Can I ask one more question? Yeah. Mr. Vice Minister, I want to touch the issue of migration from the national defense perspective. we all realize that, especially in recent decade, that migration is a powerful force that can very easily and quickly deepen social divisions. How can Lithuania's defense and communication strategies help to ensure that migration issues do not undermine social trust? And you both talked about trust a lot, which is the foundation of national stability.
Yeah, probably when we talk about the migration, this is not a very close topic of the Minister of Defense, but anyway, this is one of the activities which is very much testing our resilience, and very much is one of the scope from the various of the activities which was mentioned in this palette of hybrid activities what the Russia is doing in our neighborhood and in our region. So I think that using migration, artificial migration as a tool, just to in one hand just to use this human resource or the human from the weak countries, just to raise the dilemmas, not just the humanitarian dilemmas, but also to raise dilemmas on the political side, on the diplomatical side, on the and even on the European Union side. But what Lithuania is taking from it, I think that we took our lessons. First, we did those priority work what we had to do. So we actually build required cooperation among the institutions, state border militaries. We build some required protection, physical protection elements, from observation to fence and other things. And right now we see that this cooperation between the civil law enforcement forces and militaries is very important, and especially during the hybrid, how fast we can actually take the support from the militaries during the peacetime and to support this, for example, the migration crisis. And this is not just about migration. I think that this was recently what was mentioned also by the president on the air defense, airspace violation, on the drones, where actually the first defensive line is are those civil forces, which not always are ready, equipped with the proper equipment, and this is required very fast integration and very fast reaction between those institutions. That's why we have to adopt our processes, legal aspects, how we're protecting our civilian critical infrastructure, our civilian airspace, and doing it fast enough during the peacetime, because those hybrid activities or the migration or other aspects, actually testing, how fast we can react, what the resources we can allocate, and in this preparedness, I think that it is very important, this kind of a synergy.
Thanks so much.
And I think that we are more or less about to round up the discussion. So I would like to give rounding up question to President Niinistö. Finland, as we have mentioned already many times, is given as an example of resilience and security. And also, very often, Finland is given as a good example in education. We learn from Finland a lot. So what do you think? What could be those best practices and best examples from Finland that Europe should be learning in terms of education, of the right mindset, as the Vice Minister repeated a lot of times, and that's something we really think that it's very much important. So what would be these good practices and good examples from Finland to the whole of Europe?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I have to admit that Finland is not a wonderland here. But we are, actually I start with mindset. I often refer to old Finnish wisdom, which dates back hundreds of years. And that is that the Cossack, that meant the Russian soldier, takes everything which is loose. And somehow this attitude, memory is in Finnish backbones. So don't leave anything loose. That is the advice. And I think that if I look back to Finnish history, I think that it has somehow been in minds of every government. Don't leave anything loose. What comes to education, yes, it is one of the most vital things if we want that we still live in the time of truth. And that seems to be more and more difficult because of social media, because of, let's say, even we in Finland find that our school system, education system is not fully working. There are youngsters who are outside, can't even read, or can't read that much that they could take a job. So we have also problems in that. But still, I have also a strong belief in sound mind. It's something I learned during my days as a Minister of Finance. I started to give a lot of value to Professor Schumpeter. He was an Austrian economic professor who said he created a slogan of creative chaos. That means that when things go bad enough, suddenly people, in a way, most of us understand that, well, we can't continue this way, we have to wake up. And I think it's valid not only for economics, but also for social life. And this is what I mean by sound mind, that it is possible to still to dig out of people. And otherwise, there are a lot of young people here. I want to actually, connecting to this, what we see now is a kind of misty future. Truth, what is truth, what is not, what is a lie, that makes it a bit misty, and undoubtedly AI will mix it even more. But I went, when I thought about this, I went back in my life some 25 years ago, and if somebody had then said to me that, well, in 25 years there are technical equipments that many billion of people are being followed by their phones. Somebody knows all the time where you are, or the massive change of information. I would have said, no, I don't want that kind of a world, and I just can't live in that. But we human beings, we learn, and I'm sure that you learn, you young people, in that misty future, find also some kind of organized, regulated in your mind how to make it further. I'm quite convinced about that, so I'm not that worried about.
Thank you very much. So we have our lesson. Let's keep our sound mind and not lose any, and not leave any loose ends, right? So thank you once again, and I would like everyone to give a round of applause to our young challenger, Maka Belrulava. To the Vice Minister of National Defense of the Republic of Lithuania, Tomas Godliauskas. And of course, to our magnificent and outstanding keynote speaker today, President Sauli Niinistö. Dear colleagues, once again, let us express our appreciation to His Excellency, President of the Republic of Lithuania, Gitanas Nausėda, who has contributed valuably to our conference. Thank you, Mr. President. We know that a lot of difficult work is awaiting you in your busy agenda. Thank you once again. Once again, the President of the Republic of Lithuania, Gitanas Nausėda. Dear everyone, if I may have a little bit of attention, we are very soon going to adjourn for a little coffee break and networking. And I'd just like to remind you that after the coffee break, we have a lot of interesting awaiting us in the remaining day of the conference. 3 panel discussions, a lunch networking with the Innovation Agora, and the culture and cork at the very end of the day, so do not miss anything. We'll adjourn after the coffee break. Thank you. Fall, yes. Great. Please do come. Dear colleagues, I hope that everyone has had an energizing cup of coffee and a friendly chat. Please take your seats. Please do feel free to come closer to the front. The hall is indeed very big, but the closer we get, the cozier we feel. So do consider coming closer. Yes, those who are standing, do consider coming closer. Okay, take your seats. Hello to all the new arrivals. Please come closer, and we will continue. We will continue with a very important part of the conference, and I would like you all to give a warm welcome to the Secretary General of Transform for Europe Alliance, Sven Iderand. Who will deliver the highlights of the Transform for Europe Alliance results and impact. Sven, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, hello everybody. I'm happy to be here, and so to start the second part, because I was just thinking the first part of the day was really important, but also really serious. So I'm trying to get off with a bit of a different tune in this sense, and talk a bit about the alliance that we are here about. So I'm, of course, really honored to be here, and I have to say a really big thank you to the Rector, Ineta, for inviting me and giving me the trust to speak today about the Alliance's achievement. So my presentation today will be in two parts, so you have to stand with me for two parts. The first part is about the Alliance and how we try to achieve the impact that we are planning to do. And after that, I have one small celebratory thing to do as well. So, of course, besides my role in the Alliance of being the Secretary General in this sense and being ready to do these presentations, there is actually one really important milestone coming up for our Alliance. And I think most of the people already know, but we are celebrating soon our 5th anniversary. So I think it's a time now to take back the step and think, okay, what is 5 years? Is it for us or for our universities? If you think back in your life when you were 5, or if you think of your children who are at 5 at the moment, then how do you feel if they are actually grown up or if there's still a lot to learn? So we are in the same position, I think. So to put it on a scale, so what does it actually mean for the Alliance if we have some guests who don't know so much about Transform for Europe? We started in 2020, and the main thing why those universities came together was actually to have a shared mission of thinking that the transformation of Europe should start from the universities. Yes, of course, the initial catalyst for us to come together was the Erasmus Plus program of European universities, but all the discussions and planning was made. How do we actually take it and start from the really basis of universities, of our people, transforming then our institutions, and then transforming to Europe. So the main question whenever I present Transform for Europe in different positions is, how do you transform Europe? And then I say, well, the name of the Alliance is Transform for Europe, not Transform Europe. And the idea is that we are trying to find the first steps how to change ourselves, our institutions, our regions, and from that, hopefully, the change will happen in Europe or even globally. I will not go into the depth of the history. I think there are more people who were in the beginning from the Alliance already from the first proposal that we did. So feel free to talk with them in the networking lunch. But what happened? We had 7 partners in the beginning, and we started in the midst of the COVID pandemic. So basically, we met each other, I think, 1.5 later than we actually started. And if you look at the time scale, how many things have happened in between of this 2020 and 2025. So today, we are happy to be already grown, and in this really nice, sunny, but crisp day in Kaunas, I think it's a really valid time to take a time and talk where we are, what we have achieved, and what we want to achieve still. So what I think started as just a quite ambitious application for the European Commission is, I think, now grown into one alliance that has 11 partners in Europe and connecting already, as you can see, thousands of students, staff, and everybody. So it's quite a big undertaking. And just to take a step back, I think all of those people who work for the Alliance, for our project, can also think that those 5 years have been endless array of organizing, participating meetings, organizing events, writing proposals, reports, and everything. At the same time, worrying that are we on the right way? Is it how we should do it? And also, why doesn't things happen quicker? I think this is the main stress we are sometimes feeling. So my goal for today, for the next 20 or so minutes, is first to see why we are in this alliance, then hopefully to pat a bit on the shoulder for everybody of how much actually we have done in these 5 years, and hopefully in the end give you some food for thought for the next panels that we're going to have and think how Transform for Europe plays into that. So what I figured when I was planning this presentation, and of course I used a bit of my position of actually having slides. There was not supposed to have slides, but I have slides. So I prepared them and I have maybe too much free time on my hand. So I made the timeline a bit longer. I put it on the timeline of all of these 11 universities, of their establishment, and then looking of what is the 5 years on that time scale. And those people who are really visual, the end 5 years is a bit wider than it should be, but that's for the purpose of the design. So I just wanted to put it in this context of all the shared history we have with the partners. So if you close your eyes, if you're from one of those partners universities and you think that about your university at the moment, doesn't matter if you're established in 19th century, in the 21st century, is your university ready? Is there anything that you still need to change, what you have to make it better, even in this history that you have? So I think for a university, 5 years is a really, really short time, because if you make a small change in university, you will see it either 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, because it takes time. So I think, of course, we can say what we have done in the Alliance, but it's still a really first way. So for myself, how I figure how we are building the Alliance, I thought of the analogy of actually having a group of 11 friends who you want to build a apartment building for yourself. So you would live all together happily and have a really nice neighborhood, everything functions the way as you would like. The only thing is that everybody of those friends has a different understanding. What does the lovely house should look like, what we should have in that, and how we should. And the main thing is none of us has ever built a house before. So that's basically where the universities in Europe were given with a plan of having the European universities, and that's what we have been doing as well. And just to give more scope to this 5 years, and we are doing everything in a way that we have to discuss with each other. So something is doing alone, but having discussions with everybody takes time. So of course, how do you do it? It's the same thing. You just have to start somewhere. You have to really start building the payment, then going on. But what I really think you really need to step away from it as well to see it a bit further. So this is where I want to take you for the next minute or so. Not so far, but but almost. Yeah, it's a small word. So the 5 years in this sense doesn't matter at all. But mainly I just I made the scale even more smaller and put it on a scale of where we want to be. And this is actually the place, if we take our shared history, our shared time together, and where we want to be in the next 15 years, 10 years, 100 years. So this is something that we have to put it into context of what we are doing and what is the impact we want to have. And I think it's also important why Vytautas Magnus University had this topic of resilience as their topic of the resilience here, because I think this is something that we have to embody when we are going through all of these changes in the world, all these challenges we are facing, and actually building this European university that we yet don't know what it will look like in the future. But okay, going back to the actual business, so is actually the first years has been mainly building trust about the partners, and at the same time understanding the strengths and restrictions. And this is really important because, of course, in the first you go all in, you want to do a lot, but then you see that there is restrictions. And I think that's where the trust comes from. You see that there are always these levels, what we can do, what we can't do, or what we should do, what we shouldn't do. Of course, we have quite a good governance that we're going to talk about later. And I think the biggest thing that we have achieved as well that will have its first milestone tomorrow is our legal entity that we're going to have together. And okay, I really need to have this slide because I've taken it to myself to advocate the knowledge entrepreneurship. If there are people in the hall who don't know, our full name is Transform for Europe, then the European University of Knowledge Entrepreneurship. It's a really easy way to say it. So, but what does it actually mean, and how does it connect to the resilience and for the European universities? So for us, it's mainly it's the matter of understanding or how to do things. And it's not a traditional entrepreneurial side of things, but it's how you take decisions, creating opportunities, taking responsibility, really important part, using the knowledge, skills, and infrastructure you have to create and communicate all of this, what is happening collectively in your universities or in your studies, in your work, and so on. So what we have found, and also when Vytautas Magnus University was writing resilience paper, it is really much connected to resilience, and it's connected to the Enrico Letta report in 2024 about the fifth freedom, and that would really help us go further. So for the next part of my official part of the presentation are about the results and impacts that we're going to have or have had in the Alliance. So I divided into 3 parts because we measure impact in Transform for Europe in personal level, personal transformation, institutional transformation, and regional transformation. Based on those levels, we hope that the changes will be even bigger. There's a disclaimer, I wanted to have it on the screen, is when I went through all of the materials we have for the Alliance, and we are writing the intermediate report for the Commission at the moment as well. I could have needed 20 hours to talk about everything we have done, so I only have like another 5-7 minutes to talk about it. So I just tried to combine them into the bigger pieces of the puzzle that we have. So my go-to thing for you for the lunch would go and find the people who are working for Transform Europe and ask them how much has been done and what they have been doing at the same time. So really quickly, I will not stop in too much. It's of course starting from the individual impact that we seem to have. And of course, if you look at universities, the first thing you think is the study offer you should have. We have it for the PhD students, we have BA students, MS students. We are starting with our micro-credentials. We have already joint programs going on that we want to extend upon, and so on. And this is, of course, what you would expect from the university. One thing that I think we should be really proud of is our meta campus that we just started this year, that we are still developing into a centralized space for all of the study offers we want to do, and that our students can use and our staff can use for administrating this as well. And at the same time, the second part is the meetups we are organizing. At the same time, we are having the Transform for Europe week in Kaunas as we are here. So I think this is really a flagship of our Alliance, that we really come together with staff, students, and represent everything that is really important in this region where we're meeting up, but also bringing our knowledge together. One thing that Transform for Europe has been also credited a lot is that when talking about staff development, that we are not separating who do we develop. We have all included everybody. So we are offering programs for academic affairs, but also administrative affairs. And I hope that more and more we're going to combine them so we can learn from each other and actually make a collaboration better. Wait. Yes. So going to the second level is the institutional level. So of course, when working with our staff and hopefully giving them some new possibilities to network, finding new connections, be mobile, visit new places, we have to see that it will impact the institution. So of course, if you ever have a European university, you need to have a governance structure set, which I think works really well for us. And again, this is the structure that brings together everybody in the universities, from rectors to the student representatives. So we really try to go through all of the different levels and combine them together. But I would really like to emphasize one thing more, that we are, by building the European Alliance, we are actually changing and transforming our institutions, because we have to really take into account all of the decisions that being made will have to affect somehow our university and have a place in that. So as I said already, we have a first set of having really good outcomes of having a legal entity from tomorrow, and we already have a joint grants office that the partners came together with the hope that it will really boost our research capacity even more. But one thing that when I've been listening to different alliances, that I think Transform for Europe can be really, really proud of, is that we haven't forgotten about the people, even in our institutional changes. And we want to concentrate on our joint heritage and how we talk about it, how we interpret it. We want to really keep it inclusive and diverse, the campus, so we are ready for all members of different universities at our campuses. And of course, organizing and thinking about the wellness of every person who is part of this ever-changing and global collaboration that we're going to have. And just for the really last part of this impact that we might have is the regional impact. And as you can see, the region is something that we can maybe affect the least from in this sense, but we see that we have the possibility to do it. And we have created systems for that. We have our transformation labs, we organize science cafes, a workshop for pupils, and so on. And of course, if you haven't yet subscribed, I'm making advertisement now, there is a podcast of Transform for Europe in different podcast platforms, so go and check it out. So, and of course, the second part of regional development will not happen without actually widening the borders. And that's been, I think, our main work for the next 2 years, is widening our networks of partners with our outreach activities. And I know that tomorrow we're going to have already the first set of signings with our new partners. So Transform for Europe is ever growing in this sense. But okay, I was also asked to talk about the impact. So how does this all work in the context of the time frame I showed you before? I think that, yeah, we have built trust, we have built structures, we have done a lot of activities, and of course we have affected a lot of people, hopefully, through that. But this is not a transformation yet. It is a start of a foundation for the future that we're trying to build. Of course, Transform for Europe in the future will not be a physical building as such, but more of a concept of what we want to do. So I think this is something we have to keep in mind, that we have the basis for the 5 years, and we should start looking ahead. Okay, so first that we're going to do with all of the governance bodies, we are really now thinking about what will be in Transform for Europe by 2035. And this is, because this is the time that we know for the next European Commission monetary framework that we can actually still build ourselves, but where do we want to build ourselves? So this is the work we are now having in our hands. I think the next days will be heavy meetings with those discussions by our rectors, by our institutional coordinators, about the managers. But it's still, and it's 15 years of having alliance is already something you can count some outcomes, maybe bigger ones. But I think, talking generally, it's not an idea of having an alliance by 2035, but what is the Transform for Europe forward, where we are going to, and what are the next steps after that? How much will our institutions have to change? How much do we have to contribute to the alliance, and so on? And just two final remarks from my personal side. What I really hope that will stay in the alliance is the human connection, which is the most important part. Being part of the alliance almost from the beginning, I remember when the first time we met after 1.5 years behind the screens, and how it actually then really like the cooperation blossomed after that. Or after every time we actually meet our friends from Mariupol State University in person and we can actually do things together and discuss possible projects and so on. This is something that is, I think, the basis of the alliance. Doesn't matter how many reports we write, how many applications we have to write. This is the main thing. So what I give to you, maybe in this sense, so how should we go forward and how we're going to put the context to those discussions we're going to have today is something that started as a project and is in a way of becoming an alliance as a actual structure with different governance bodies is how do we become an ecosystem that is really almost unseeable, that really benefits our partners, but also that our partners benefit by giving into it as much. So yeah, with this sense, I really want to end my official part of the talk. I hope I gave you some overview of what we've been doing, if you haven't heard about it before, and give you some inkling of where we are going. So thank you, and hope you have a really wonderful next of the event. Thank you. As I said, I'm not leaving yet. So I have one celebratory thing to do as well. Yes, perfect. So I talked really about the bigger picture and things what we are trying to do, where we want to get to. But I think it's also time now to stop and actually think of the people who have make it happen and who are actually the people who are every day actually benefiting from our collaboration and who carry through everything that we are planning to do. So we have such a thing as Transform for Europe Chair Exchange Program that gives the academics a possibility to go for extended times to different universities, to teach, to do research, and to work with students and with the other staff members. And from that, we wanted to really acknowledge those people who do even more than is just expected from them from the going for the exchange. So from that grew out an initiative called Alliance Champion Award. So it's an honorary award given to one of the chair exchange participants who has been evaluated by the selection committee of seeing how much has been done. So before I'm going to say who is the first ever Transform for Europe Alliance champion, just a bit of a background what the selection committee has said of the receiver. So they say that the award laureate had a really successful chair exchange program that resulted in 2 blended courses of using AI in teaching and research for BSc students and using AI for learning English for MA and BA students, as well as co-authoring 2 conference presentations, roundtable paper on topic of AI ethics, academic integrity, AI-generated text, among others. The selection committee said that the achievements do not only reflect the champion's academic excellence, but also embody the essence of a Transform for Europe and what we're trying to achieve. So, I really ask you to give a big hand of presenting the first ever Transform for Europe Alliance Champion Award winner, who is Assistant Professor Martina Baradish from University of Primorska. Unfortunately, thank you. Unfortunately, she can't be here, but her colleague Andrea is picking it up on behalf of her. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Andrea. And I leave you with the next part of the conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sven. You made us think about, okay, we are 5 years old already, and I thought, okay, what can a 5-year-old child do and be? And definitely 5-year-olds have already had all the childish illnesses, right? So we are already resilient against viruses, and we can dream about stars, and we have even champions among ourselves. So that is wonderful. And what is also wonderful is that we invent different traditions. And one of such traditions is the transfer of presidency, sharing responsibilities and keeping each other supported. So for the transfer of presidency, and now we're going to have this beautiful ceremony, I would like to invite on the stage Rector of Vytautas Magnus University, Professor Ineta Dabašinskienė. Former Rector of Vytautas Magnus University, Professor Juozas Augutis. And Rector of Sofia University, St. Clement Ordinsky, Professor Georgi Valchev. Well, you might wonder how come we have two rectors of Vytautas Magnus University on stage. Well, the thing is that over this year we had one rector who kindly accepted the presidency and another rector who will kindly transfer the presidency to the next president. So, Professor Ineta Dabašinskienė, the floor is yours, but you can step here.
Hello, this is a very important ceremony. I have to say that it has truly been a privilege and honor for our university, for both rectors, to lead this incredible consortium. We have a lot of plans to organize events, and we did a lot. We have achieved all our planned activities and milestones. And we had even more ideas. And this conference actually culminates this idea to present and develop the concept of resilience. I'm very grateful to our colleagues from our alliance, the experts, that worked hard through the whole year to develop the policy paper on resilience. And we know that few concepts will be available and presented during this conference, but we're still polishing the very last version of that policy paper. And please follow our online information, the web page of the Alliance, that the whole document will be available to the great academic audience and wider. So it has been a real pleasure to work with all the partners. Moreover, as it has been mentioned already, all academic consortiums, alliances, is not about transforming the governance structures or structures and infrastructures, but it's always about people, those with great imagination, courage, to make an impact on our societies, on the regions, and on institutions. So it is a great privilege now to pass this responsibility, but also a great excitement to our colleagues from Sofia University, from Bulgaria, to go forward, to make even greater impact, and all of us will support you in this very joyful journey. Thank you, dear academic community and partners.
Professor Valchev, the floor is yours, and the screen is yours as well.
Благодаря много. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, friends. Pour nous, c'est très important de développer cette alliance universitaire parce que c'est l'avenir. C'est l'avenir devant le développement de l'éducation supérieure. C'est l'avenir devant le développement de la science contemporaine. Bienvenue en Bulgarie, bienvenue à l'Université de Sofia, bienvenue en époque de l'intelligence artificielle.
The Transform for Europe presidency by Sofia University St. Clement Ochridsky begins in October 2025. A new chapter of innovation, collaboration, and academic leadership begins. As we take over the rotating presidency from Vytautas Magnus University in Lithuania, we embark on a year dedicated to advancing artificial intelligence in higher education and research, a journey of shared discovery across our European alliance. Founded in 1888, Sofia University is Bulgaria's oldest and largest institution of higher learning. For more than a century, it has shaped generations of scholars, researchers, and civic leaders. Today, our university is a living bridge between academic tradition and forward-looking innovation, combining deep scholarly expertise with the tools of digital transformation. Joining Transform for Europe strengthens our ability to internationalize research and education, exchange good practices, and build interdisciplinary teams that address the pressing challenges of our time. Our presidency stands on three guiding principles: enhanced collaboration and exchange of good practices across partners, stronger synergies among the Alliance's T-Labs, and a clear focus on innovation that links research, teaching, and societal impact. We do not see this year as mere coordination, but as a proactive opportunity to shape how universities embrace AI responsibly and creatively. The central theme of our mandate is artificial intelligence in higher education and research, while two subtopics focus on AI challenges in the process of education and on AI and creating interdisciplinary academic teams. We will examine both opportunities and risks, from pedagogical change and new research methods, to ethical questions and institutional readiness. Our work will always foreground the human and ethical dimensions of technological change. Let us now explore how together, we will continue transforming Europe, one idea, one partnership, and one innovation at a time. In October 2025, as we proudly take over the rotating presidency from Vytautas Magnus University in Lithuania, a year of ambitious activities and inspiring collaboration dedicated to advancing research on artificial intelligence in higher education begins. Our first activity, an online study, will map the implications of AI integration in higher education and research from the Transform for Europe perspective. The survey will gather comparative data on current practices, identify gaps and opportunities, and offer a baseline for shared institutional policies and training. In December, we will turn to concrete challenge cases, real scenarios where AI intersects with teaching, assessment, research ethics, and professional roles. We will investigate the potential benefits of AI in education against the potential drawbacks, offering responses to the main concerns we hear from academics, students, or partners regarding AI's impact on the professional development and role. The year 2026 will be dedicated to bringing research closer to people and making knowledge accessible across disciplines. In March 2026, we start with a specialized academic event organized by the Faculty of Mathematics and Informatics.
Dear colleagues, as the Dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and Informatics at Sofia University, I am pleased to announce two upcoming events in the framework of the program Transform for Europe. The first one is a specialized session titled Mathematical Methods and Models in Support of the Digital Transformation, which will be held as a part of the Spring Science Session traditionally organized at the Faculty of Mathematics and Informatics at the end of the March each year. The second event is an international conference called Data Center AI for the Digital Transformation of the Economy of Society. The conference will serve as a forum for discussing interdisciplinary research and collaboration, focusing on how data-driven AI models and technologies are transforming various sectors, including education, healthcare, media, finance, etc. Attendees will have the opportunity to discuss policies and present their innovation research and practical innovation. We are looking forward to meeting you in Sofia.
In April, we focus on Geo-AI, a combined webinar and practical workshop showcasing geospatial AI applications for climate change study and adaptation in European cities and regions.
Hello, my name is Stelian Dimitrov and I am professor in geospatial technologies at Sofia University St. Clement Ohrid. Climate change is reshaping our world, but science and innovation can reshape our response. Join us for Transform for Europe Geo-AI Climate Adaptation. This is a hybrid event exploring how geospatial artificial intelligence can help us to predict, analyze, and manage the growing climate challenges around us and to cope with the fast-changing geography which is resulting from that. Experience the best of both worlds, an interactive online webinar and hands-on workshop where experts and participants come together to share ideas, tackle real-world cases, and co-create solutions for a more resilient future. Be part of this and discover how Geo-AI is changing the way we see our planet.
In May, our roundtable will address digital media literacy as a key skill in the AI era.
The roundtable, organized in May, is dedicated to digital skills, digital literacy, and the use of AI by teachers in education, higher education and secondary education. It is based on two projects that Sofia University is participating in right now. One is Teachers for Digital Age, the other one is AI Academy for Teachers, and we will be very happy to invite our partners from Transform for Europe to participate in the discussions that will tackle one of the most important issues of our times.
Our concluding event, in October 2026, will be the international conference, Data-Centered AI for the Digital Transformation of the Economy and Society, Artificial Intelligence, Freedom or Constraint. What a spectacular way to conclude a year of collaboration, research, and innovation, and to pass the presidency on to the University of Alicante. The Sofia University presidency aims to strengthen the Alliance's research capacity, to equip staff and students with new skills, and to create practical resources for ethical AI use in education. By combining research, training, and public debate, we seek measurable improvements in teaching practice, institutional policy, and cross-border cooperation. Together for Transformation, Sofia University leads a human-centered approach to artificial intelligence in European higher education. Together for Transformation, following our mission to become one integrated European university based on shared European values, a diverse and inclusive alliance deeply rooted in the respective regional ecosystems, educating and training knowledge entrepreneurs as drivers of transformation for the benefit of sustainable and resilient European societies. Thank you for joining us on this journey.
Exciting, isn't it? I believe that all of us are looking forward to jump into the activities offered to us next year by the University of Sofia. And we wish all the best of luck to our colleagues, and we'll definitely be all around to support them. And now in the conference, we're going to continue with the second session called Democracies Under Pressure, which will be moderated by Victoria Vdovichenko from the Center for Geopolitics at Cambridge University, UK. Dear Victoria, the floor is yours, and please gather your panelists.
Good morning, dear colleagues, distinguished panelists, Madam Rector, rectors in particular. First of all, I'm Ukrainian, and that's what it's a dignity and privilege to be here and standing, and at the same time represent my native city, Vinnytsia, then also representing city of Kyiv, and of course representing now the University of Cambridge, where we launched last year the first Ukrainian analytical program, The Future of Ukraine, which I'm actually co-director with. It was one of the milestones for all of us as Ukrainian scholars, practitioners. We're working, of course, with the militaries to deliver what we say, something which is very key into our heart. And that's why I would, if possible, rename slightly our session, because we have democracies under fire, not only under pressure, if I may. Therefore, I would like, first of all, to address to you in understanding that in a mindset, what absolutely correctly Vice Minister Tomas Godliauskas was presenting to us, we have to think about defensive mindset. What does it mean for us? And in this case, I would love to give the floor to our video participant who will be joining us from Kyiv. And why I was mentioning, because there are colleagues of Mariupol State University just sitting in the second row, so big honor and respect to you, dear colleagues. And we would love to give you the video address, of course, to the rector of Mariupol State University, but now the Deputy Minister of Science and Education of Ukraine, Mykola Trofimenko. Please.
Distinguished colleagues, dear partners and friends of the European higher education family, thank you for standing with Ukrainian academia in our hardest time. Your help turned partnership into real solidarity. Our students, researchers, and campuses feel it every day. In war, universities do more than teach and research. They build resilience. We kept classes running under air raid alarms, moved labs, and opened safe learning spaces. We protected academic freedom, open debate, and historical truth. Even when buildings were destroyed, like in Mariupol, the academic community stayed alive and served its city. The continuity creates civic trust and renews faith in democracy. What can Europe learn from Ukraine's governance of education? Move from reaction to preparation, map risks early, keep continuity plans ready for every campus, combine autonomy with clear accountability, use open data and integrity tools to fight disinformation, involve students and staff in shared decisions. Resilience must be built before the next shock. Alliances of European universities can turn values into action, make emergency mobility fast, joint courses and micro-credentials easy to share, and research teams quick to form across borders. Knowledge, innovation, and solidarity then became assets for security. As an association member of Transform for Europe, Mariupol State University learns and contributes. Warm greetings and congratulations to Rector Ineta Dabašinskienė and Vytautas Magnus University. Your friendship really matters. Resilience is a system of trust. Universities can build it. On behalf of the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine, thank you. Let us keep learning, innovating, and defending democracy together.
I would love to invite to the floor our distinguished panelists for the session number 2, Democracies Under Pressure but also Stress Under Fire. Vytautas Ušackas, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania, founder and CEO of VU Business LinkedIn Ltd. Please. I also want to invite Konstantin Egert, Deutsche Welle Russian Affairs analyst and program host. And definitely, last but not least, Anne-Frédérique Deloy, Vice President for International Relations, Université d'Orléans, Athena European University, France. First of all, thank you so much for coming here and, of course, having to talk about such an important topic, because democracies after fire is something that we are not have to theorize about, but we are living after that. And it was a very, for me, not only interesting but timely when President Nausėda was talking about resilience in particular, but also he was mentioning a lot of things that Future of Ukraine program is doing is how important and basically timely the hybrid threats are in Europe, marching all around us. He called it entourage, I call it voyage of the drones of other interstates into the national affairs of the countries. We also talk about subsea infrastructure or cable infrastructure in particular, but we also talk about shadow fleet operations, and European Commission just last week announced about special envoy on the shadow fleet operations, so we are expecting that to be something that taking the EU seriously. But I would love to give the floor to our first speaker, Vytautas, if I may. In your career, and I really would love to quote Winston Churchill, not because I'm from University of Cambridge as of now, but because it's really matters. He was saying something about the price of greatness is responsibility. I would transform it and say the price of survival is the responsibility as of 2025. And therefore, given your extensive diplomatic experience, how do you view the current transformation of democracies under global pressure, I would say under global fire, where we have absolutely geopolitical shifts happening as we speak? And where the resilience stands in that? Thank you.
Well, thank you. It's great to be back at Vytautas Magnus University to see the former rector and new rector, Ineta. Congratulations. I mean, coming to your question, I like to zoom out whenever a challenge or question arises. My advice to my collaborators and the students alike is try to make a pause, analyze, zoom out, and look beyond the horizon if possible. I mean, zooming out, I believe, is important to recognize those geopolitical changes or profound shift which is taking place. And it's not only in the East, not only in the Pacific, but it's also in the former Western world, so-called. And, you know, with Donald Trump, what I call a new sheriff in town in Washington, D.C., who is changing the rules of the game internally and externally, with President Putin persisting with his war against Ukraine, and President Xi, who is, asserting China's global economic and political power. I believe for us Europeans, it is a very strong reminder that European hour has arrived. From Lisbon to Vilnius and beyond. We have to act together and try to, not only to be a preacher of the values and democracy which European Union likes to be for a long time, but also we need to leverage our political vision with economic leverage, with technological innovation, as well as with still insufficiently absent military might. Why do we need that? Because it's clear that with rewriting the rules of the game by the current and maybe the future White House, and what's happening in the Pacific and the East from us, it's evident that the rules-based system is being replaced by the new narrative, new approach to international politics, which is based on the national interest, which is based on the power, on influence, and on projecting that power beyond respective nations and the continents. European Union is still ill-equipped of doing that because of the absence of military might. And for that reason, it's not only because the war in Ukraine, but because if Europe wants to play a profound role and being taken seriously by our partners and adversaries, we have to invest in defense. We have to create an autonomous and capable military power, which is unfeasible without Germany becoming again a military might, a military hub of Europe, which would project that power beyond its territories for the rest of Europe. And here, Lithuanian-German partnership plays a particularly important role, with Germany's commitment to place a brigade in Lithuania, and with Lithuania hosting the German troops in Lithuania. We can project that confidence within Germany, where there is still part of society questioning that assertion of Germany going back to military might, but also providing a comfort for other neighbors of Germany in Europe. And I don't make any secret, maybe there are some people in this hall as well who still question, or at least when I speak with them, they come after conference on a tete-a-tete meeting and said, Vytautas, do you really want to see Germany militarily again? I said, yes, because Germany is different from what it was 8 years ago, and Germany has proven its democratic credentials. So that's the second one. And the third one, inevitably, United States, whether we like Donald Trump or we dislike him, United States will remain an indispensable partner for Europe. There is no one else who can defend territorial integrity of NATO member states, or we cannot defend ourselves yet without United States. So here we will have to walk a very fine line, and sometimes our political leaders, including presidents who were here before us, will need to try to dance in a blend of music between kind of village people, YMCA, and Beethoven, Ode to Joy.
All right, music diplomacy we're talking about, thank you. First, to comments, because Germany was mentioned, it definitely will be my pleasure to refer to Konstantin, right? So, our previous speaker, Secretary General, apologies, was telling us about transforming for Europe concept of 2035. And we talked about the mindset, what Vytautas was telling us about, you know, like, so it's that the mindset of Europe is not still at war. And I loved how the Vice Minister, that's why I quoted him, of Lithuania was putting into the concept of defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Voyages, but many more other, let's say, operations happening on this land and many, many other lands? And what does it take us as a lesson learned, not to be reactive, but rather proactive?
Thank you very much for the invitation, and it's really an honor to be here. And Victoria, since you mentioned Germany, I would like to say I'm not even a German, although my grandfather 10 generations ago was the military governor of Königsberg. But my German now is on the level of Wo ist der Bahnhof, you know, and no more than that.
Okay, we accept that.
To follow up on Vytautas, what Vytautas said and after that I'll touch upon what you asked. I think it's, first of all, let's face it, if we're talking about Europe, there are definitely two Europes still. One is from Kana all the way to the Oder-Neisse line, and then there is the rest. And the psychology, attitudes, and the worldview are very frequently very different there, and it will take time to evolve. Of course, thank God that we here in Lithuania no longer have these jokes about, you know, if you see a German tank, you should be on the repairs platform. Yeah, it's better. And I do believe that the Bundeswehr brigade will be a very effective force that will not call the Bundeskanzleramt to ask whether we can fire on the Russians. But it will take a very, very big leap in terms of psychology for quite a few of our partners in Western Europe to come to terms with this new world. And since we're talking about democracies under pressure, and you asked about resilience and hybrid, yes, we should look at societies. And since we are discussing the role of universities, let me put it like that. In my personal view, the approach to this should be long-term, consistent, and, if I may say so, philosophical. Because all this kind of, let's do fact-checking. look, I work in the media. No one cares about fact-checking once you've seen a TikTok video of, Russians distributing bread in Mariupol rather than bullets. People, and also deception. Look, in 1939, in August 1939, 31st of August, when the German Reich brought the SS, brought bodies of prisoners and dressed them up in Polish uniforms, and then invited photographers to show that this was a Polish attack on the German radio station. It's not that different in terms of attitude than what we see today on social media, for example. It's just the technology that is different, more immediate, and probably more penetrating. So I think that apart from what we call counter-propaganda, fact-checking, whatever proactive measures in the information space, one should think about societies. And I think one of the things where the universities can play a role is actually enhancing the role of humanities for all students, not only for those who do sociology or political science or whatever. Maybe to some extent, I want to be paradoxical here, maybe physicists need philosophy and history more than philosophers and historians in the audience, because what we see among especially kind of younger generation, not a very good grasp of history. And it's not only because of age. It is because of courses that are being increasingly fragmented and tailored to political agendas or basically to what the sponsors want to pay for. Secondly, I do think that all these, the idea of having, let's say, the 100 great books course or general course on philosophy is important. It's not immediate, but people who are taught that, people who absorb this, they can do exactly what Vytautas said. They can zoom out and see the bigger picture. So I think that society needs to be maybe turned again towards the idea of truth, debate, and the struggle of ideas as something valuable. And this will help to bring up generations of people, new generations of people, that will be more resilient to the clutter, media clutter, that today is produced not only by the media organizations like mine, but by whoever can get enough attention on YouTube or on TikTok. So in this respect, I think universities should do deeper and wider what they used to do before. And this will contribute to the resilience. So I'll stop here, and if you have further questions, please.
Thanks a lot. It actually, I'm very happy that Anne is on the floor and on the panel now, because Konstantin touched upon the role of the university as he was speaking in his first comments, and specifically the concept of trust, the willingness, but also the curricula. So basically what's inside the curricula, how physicists, I'm quoting Konstantin for a moment, should know more about ideology and philosophy, even more than the philosophical or social sciences representatives. So what is it currently that we have on stage in terms of universities, and how they can become the robust providers of the resilience?
Well, thank you so much, Victoria, for that question. And I couldn't agree more with the previous speaker, and of course, yeah, I'd really like to add a bit of a university perspective. I couldn't agree more with my previous speaker about the role of humanities as well, about philosophy. And I'd really like to add a bit of a university perspective and European University Alliance perspective also to the discussion. So European University Alliances have existed now for 5 or 6 years. We are 8 years after Emmanuel Macron's inspiring speech at the Sorbonne. it's Sven showed us a timeline. But this is a lot has been achieved by about 70 alliances in this short time. But it's really just like the blink of an eye in the long history of universities, which is almost 1,000 years old. So, from our beginnings 1,000 years ago until now, universities have always shared a core mission, and that's to understand the world, to generate and transmit knowledge, and to educate the new generations. And this core mission is exactly what makes universities so valuable for democracies and so potentially dangerous to autocracies and dictatorial regimes. We've alluded to that as well with the new sheriff in town. So democracies need informed citizens, people who have learned to ask questions, who can define problems, who can develop and sustain an argument, who can distinguish between misinformation and information, between fake news and real news. And that's why for democracies it's so important to have a well-functioning education system at all levels, primary, secondary and higher education. So European universities fulfill this mission, but just like we're talking about democracies under fire, and universities also under pressure, and there are some elements that already put us under pressure that might not be so visible from outside. And I'd like to speak a bit from the ground, from the university perspective about that. So first issue is stagnating funding for many public institutions. Maybe not a problem here in Lithuania when I see how beautiful your universities are. I'm talking more about Western Europe, and for me that includes the UK, who has their place in the European family, of course. So we know that defense funding will have the priority and has to have the priority in the coming years and decades. This may add to budgetary strains for many universities, not all. And our governments just need to recognize when the tipping point is reached, when you can't reduce costs any further without compromising the quality of teaching and research. So there are other constraints. I'm thinking of something that one of my teachers at Cambridge a long time ago called audit culture. Audit culture means the invasive nature of accountability in all domains. Accountability is of course very necessary. It's just that since the 1990s, we've added so much new tasks, sometimes excessive red tape to the tasks of university teachers and researchers. Instead of just trusting them, we talked about trust as well in the past, just trust them to get on with their work. That leaves less time for our core missions, teaching and research. There's also project culture. So research teams are now competing for short-term project funding, that's normal. Universities are competing for short-term institutional funding in the European University Initiative, for example. Again, that's useful, that's necessary. But combined, these developments really foster short-term thinking and constant time pressure for people who should be able to take time to reflect and to take care of the students. Can I add some? Sure. Just one last point. Artificial intelligence. I've been so excited to see that that's the challenge that Sofia University takes on in their presidency. But now you've got in universities people that are pressured for time and resources, and this new technology comes along. And it's a shortcut. Actually, you can have large language models that do the homework in the student's place, assess the student's work in the teacher's place, and write research papers in the researcher's place, in the worst case. It's technologically possible. It's exciting, it's an incredibly powerful tool, but we need to find a responsible way to use AI. So for me, that's also part of being under fire. Of course, it's an opportunity, but as was said in the video, it's full of risks for any universities. It's a technology that has been unleashed without much ethical thinking, without impact assessment, without much regulation, and just we need to defend our interests as creative and thinking humans, as responsible citizens. That's also a new pressure that democracy is under, actually. Do I still have a bit of time? Yes, I see. Yeah? So how do European university alliances come into this picture? Actually, we are always stronger together, of course. An alliance has a stronger voice than a single university. We can exchange best practices, we can learn from each other. We have collective intelligence that should be superior to individual intelligence. We can show solidarity, as happens with the Ukrainian universities. So to finish, education in Europe is a national, it's a regional, sometimes even, thinking about Germany, regional competence. So the European Union can actually only try to gently nudge us in a certain direction, as it does with the European Universities Initiative, which we all welcome. So we always have to tick many boxes when we write our proposals. And among other things, we have to prove that we are at the service of society. Many think then about employability, you know, training perfectly skilled workers for the industry, including the defense industry, of course, that's important. But just educating people who are curious, who ask questions, who don't just spit out AI-generated content, who can ask questions that go against the grain as well. Doing our core mission, that's also a service to society, I would hope, and important for the foundations of our democracy.
Thank you so much, Anne. I would love to give a second round. Yeah, very much needed. Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for your first contributions, and I'll come to Vytautas, back to your zooming out. I would call it zoom in also concept, you know, how from zooming out we can zoom in. Because what the topic of our discussion today, but the global topic, and I'm very thankful for this university to have this resilience concept as taken as a core for that. I was working with the Ukrainian government back in 2021. We were designing the concept of resilience on all of the levels. And what we came into conclusion is something that the new concept that I was, while emailing to you, I was proposing, and it's something that Ukrainian scholars are advancing, so-called defense as a service. Because when you say to University of Cambridge, we are talking about defense funding or anything, there will be fire alarms. There is still this mindset shift that we need to do, as absolutely agree that you, Konstantin, were pointing out. So, Vytautas, zooming in, defense as a service, building the bridges between the academia, private business, I believe it's very important. Government, mayors, or let's say regional perspectives, and universities. What else is missing, or should we add into in order to zoom in efficiently?
Well, that's a very good question. You know, on the way here, I drove and I was thinking about Ukraine, I was thinking about the conference Resilience, and I just caught my mind how historians will write about this chapter of history. I mean, I think people don't even appreciate that soon we're going to reach the same time frame how long at that time Soviet Union and Russia was fighting Nazi Germany. Almost 4 years. And thanks to the Allies, they succeeded to win Nazi Germany. Now Russia is fighting for the 4th year and can literally advance only so little. Which brings to zoom in a conclusion from my point of view. First, you can only succeed in deterring your enemy or adversary if you have a strong civil society, which Ukraine has demonstrated throughout the last 3 years, even longer, since Crimea 2014. And that's something we have to learn from you, all of us, to deep dive and, I mean, understand, comprehend, and draw conclusions. How Ukrainians manage to gather behind national concept and national identity, and the goal to withstand much larger country in terms of defense of its sovereignty. So we have to learn from you. That's first. Secondly, I think when we zoom in, we speak about the role of universities, which is of critical importance. I mean, liberal arts of universities like VMU, but it's also about, creating the conditions for a free flow of ideas, but retaining the sense of competitive views, while at the same time, gathering behind that larger concept of who you are as a country, as a nation, and as a state. Third one, and I really appreciate what Anne was Anya. Both are fine. French German. Oh, that's becoming complicated. How to pronounce? But I mean, I really see what you say, and you're absolutely right that that the higher education and research and development is going to be under severe constraints because of resources necessary for the survival and for defense of European continent. But at the same time, I think there are resources where we can move forward. And I would view it from my own personal experience. European Union is great, but sometimes we have to have less European Union to have more European Union. I mean, it sounds controversial, but now being in business and working in a field which you mentioned of artificial intelligence and helping very much American companies to expand in Europe and in the Middle East, from healthcare to national defense and intelligence, I see, we joke with American friends. Americans are innovating, Europeans are regulating. And look what happened with AI regulation. No one is going to invest in Europe in AI. You will not have AI startups which would promote a new, cutting edge technologies, because, it's impossible to do business. So one thing which I see a huge resource for, other sectors like healthcare and education, if Commission would go back, what I remember President Juncker would say, we have to cut directives of EU from 300 average per year to 30. He tried, he didn't reach. I think he reached down to 70. I think we're back to 370 or so. But sometimes, sometimes less regulation, less proactiveness in European Parliament or Commission might be better for business and better for a society as such, because going back to zooming out from zooming in and trying to match both of them, what is happening now on the world scale? There is a huge competition on who's going to control AI tools and who's going to build big data. And surprise, surprise, it's not European Union. China is trying to do so. United States is doing that, but also Middle East. Look, now Dubai has become a world hub of big data in the healthcare, in new technologies, R&D, and soon in defense as well. So here Europe has to zoom out before going zoom in and try to make as cost-effective governance of European Union as possible, of which, both societies would benefit, but also necessary sectors such as healthcare, research and development, and higher education would win.
Thank you so much, Vytautas. Actually, three things that, if I may, and I'll pass the floor to Konstantin. Learning from us, we are very happy, actually, to do whatever we want on the lessons learned that we are sharing all of the times. And I believe this type of partnerships, like here we are in Lithuania, but not only, it really, really matters. On the second point, you're absolutely right about China and Middle East. And thank you for bringing this concept into the idea, because the bottlenecks in the EU, Brussels, what you have in the defense, for example, the sector that I am working mostly with, they are nightmares for the small, medium enterprises of European companies to enter. That it's absolutely impossible. Therefore, it produces a long-lasting waiting timing. Sorry for my blah, blah, blah thing, because it's a long question and not efficient. When you have adversaries who are fast and robust in delivering and actually expanding the things that they are basically attacking, not only European Union, but specifically because we are in one of the European Union countries. Konstantin, that's why I would love to draw attention to you, if possible, on the reflections. We're talking about the battlefield that is happening, not because of the AI, but in everything, for the hearts and minds, specifically on what is in the mindsets of our young people, also us, sorry, we are also young, and at the same time, the trust and will to do something together. And in this case, I really want to continue, because maybe if you can put it into the bullet points, how from the reactive mood or testing pilot case we can come to be more proactive. You started to do that in a long-term perspective. But sometimes the solutions should be now, especially when the political cycles are marching. And this country in particular, next year for all of the EU countries for the European parliamentary elections, so will be under the fire and constant attacks of undermining the processes, especially in the democratic cycles. We're going to have processes in the United States for the Congress level, so we will see also the shift on that. Again, at the core of fighting for our mindsets, how to stay and what can we do in the proactive measures, not on the reactive modes.
Well, it's a great question to which, Victoria, I do not have an immediate answer. Because,
just your perspective.
We don't have too much time to slip into this kind of debate about whether we have a crisis of democracy or we do not have the crisis of democracy. I think that maybe just a few observations, if you wish. Someone, I think you, Vytautas, you mentioned the necessity to trust civil society, right? Okay. Now, you trust civil society, for example, in Ireland. Is anyone here who follows the Irish presidential election? Probably not. You do. Okay. Now, in about 3 days' time, Ireland is probably going to elect someone who would do honor to RT and TAS as president of the country. With all the boxes ticked, anti-NATO, anti-America, anti-EU, pro-Putin, pro-Assad, whatever. So the civic society is going to have a say, and I think one of the reasons why it happens is because people feel that traditional parties, traditional politicians no longer represent their views, and they want mavericks. And that's why you have this, what basically is called by this sort of all-encompassing term of populist, which says everything and nothing immediately. Populist is someone who wins elections that we don't. That's the thing. And I suppose that here you need to really listen to people and find out why they turn away from the traditional parties, from traditional narratives, maybe because they feel that political structures are not addressing what they feel is important. And maybe face it and start talking about what people are worried about. And be upfront. Don't be afraid to be confrontational with people, because when you say something that you are convinced of something and you say it, people listen. They may not agree with you immediately, but they will respect you, and that's an important thing. So I think in this respect, democracy is a very important element of the societal resilience, because if people do not believe that democracy works for them, they will turn to all sorts of shady actors. And by the way, this lady, Catherine Connolly in Ireland, she's supported by thousands of Russian bots on social media. So I don't know whether she is the Kremlin agent, probably not. I wouldn't hire her as an agent. But it seems like...
Don't propose such solutions, sorry.
When the Chinese or the Russians see an opening, they go for it. Yeah. And I think that this is a number one thing. Second thing, which actually worries me, I'm just a media person, I'm a journalist, I'm not a philosopher, but what worries me is that to some extent, the consumer society, which we all wanted to live in a sense, leads to commodification of a lot of things, especially in the, well, if you wish, I wouldn't say spiritual, but in the realm of ideas. And this leads to cynicism and to this idea, oh, it doesn't matter, you know, you have a PR agency today, it works for Social Democrats, tomorrow it works for the Conservatives, who cares? I mean, it's all rubbish. I'd rather watch, you know, Russian stuff on TikTok. So I think that I don't have an answer to that. And by the way, I think one of the reasons that Putin is continuing his war and may continue it for quite a long time is because the current Russian society, at least in the big cities, in Moscow, Yekaterinburg, St. Petersburg, so on and so forth, is a society that is thoroughly commodified, which is a consumer society. It has something to lose. And because of that, it isolates itself from reality because it knows it's dangerous to plug into reality. You'll have to answer questions to yourself which you do not want to answer. So this silent majority in Russia is actually Putin's biggest asset, not the crazy patriots. It's people who are indifferent. So to me, this is a challenge which is not for Konstantin Eger to solve, but I do see that this is an issue. And number three, I think that the kind of, that's what Vytautas talked about, the physical manifestation of defense, of confronting a very real evil, a very real aggression, as the Ukrainians do now, is probably eventually one or several NATO member states will have to do, is very important. And because of that, I think not only spending on defense is important, but also explain to the people, that brings me to probably my point number one, explaining to the people why it is proper, good, why it is honorable. And this will take quite a long time because in Germany, for example, pacifism is now a national ideology. And when Chancellor Merz wanted to introduce, or he still wants to introduce, how we call it, the COLAB, the obligatory military service, the biggest pushback is actually from the young people. And you'll have to serve, well, 9 months, like in Lithuania, or a year. I've spent quite a bit of time recently with young Germans, and for them, being in the defense forces is something below them. This is a problem, at least in some West societies. So I think not being afraid of manifestly saying that defending our country, our values, is important without thinking about the political consequences and the ratings is also, I think, a very immediate and urgent contribution, and we can only ask Ukrainians to help with that.
Thank you so much, Konstantin. Just for balancing the concept, also working with the young German, absolutely completely different bubble I'm working in. Those who are already conscripted, thinking about the reserves and everything. So I think the discussion is very much varied. Where are you? Which regions are you following to? But absolutely correctly, Konstantin, that's why I will refer to N, now is about algorithming. So basically, the manifestations of the ideas, especially of the electoral phase, is that the algorithm are doing just right now. So algorithm, not the future, but the present. This is something that's happening, and basically the algorithms are basically substituting some of the choices, but Konstantin say commodity, absolutely brilliant word, commodity, because it's comfort. I'm mostly working with Italian Republic, I'm Italian speaker, and basically like Mediterranean region is something of my professional domain, and I just come from Rome where it's plus 25, so Kaunas, sorry, I'm freezing. But at the same time, the discussion about pacifism is something that's a long historical debate since the Second World War. Is still present in their mindset. So again, on the mindsets, we are thinking that our adversaries are instrumentalizing the modern technologies or algorithm, the technology in such a way they are shifting what university, businesses, civil society, or governmental actors should do. And therefore, there is sometimes the discrepancy line, what university can deliver and then what in reality is needed. What's your takeaway, taking into account that we should zoom into also thinking not only 2035, but even longer. But let's take that milestone as something what we would like to do, or would you propose within the universities? Taking into account that the resilience is the key for a moment, but then just zooming, sorry, maybe not zooming, but just thinking or reflecting about the future as well.
Yeah, thank you. Does this work? No. Give one, take one. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, so I'll zoom out a little bit just to share this. Okay, you're the professional. Horizontal, like that? Is that better? Yeah, sorry, I hope, yeah. Okay, I didn't know. Okay, I'm not the media professional. Yeah, I know. Well, okay, I'll learn from you. Right, now I've lost my thread. So no, zooming out, sorry, a little bit. So talking from the French perspective, the French, well, it's a very centralized state, as you know, and that has also its advantages, many disadvantages, some advantages. All the universities are very close to the Ministry of National Education, as it's called now. And the government, the ministry really has a lookout for foreign influence in universities. So there are reports about this. There's when we suspect something, well, mostly China, I must say. There are people, diplomats that we can talk to actually in each region and so on. So that was zooming out. Zooming in, I'm actually thinking, so in the video from the very beautiful video prepared by Sofia University, we heard about digital literacy. I think we also need, that's super important, we also need, and it's related, media literacy. And I'm really struck by it, and it's completely natural, how when you're in the Baltic states, you always have somehow Russia in your mind. It's impossible to forget here that Russia exists and what it's, of course, with Ukraine even more. It's a bit different in the West. It's something we can learn from the Baltic states and the Nordic states. But in Western Europe, what I see, lots of people have the United States in their mind. So it's we're sort of focused on like the latest. There's also entertainment value, I must say, but the latest news about Trump and what he's been doing again. So what's missing is sort of the middle. So Konstantin just asked who knows about elections in Ireland. So I didn't know. Who knows what's happening with universities in Serbia right now, for example. So actually this helping our students also to focus on our own continent and on our neighbor countries. We have so much to learn from each other. I think that's important too. I'll call that media literacy. Maybe it's another, we need to find another term.
Thank you so much. I actually just found a really nice quote which I was looking for as a historian. The greatest enemy of knowledge is not ignorance, it is the illusion of knowledge. And that's, I think, something that we should take into consideration specifically as an outcome of our 2 rounds of the. I'm raising now, if possible, the floor to the audience because we have 25 minutes and it's just a perfect occasion to engage the audience as well. Just please prepare your questions because I think it's important what you heard and specifically what we heard. And I would absolutely contribute if there are young professionals who would basically, or junior professionals who would love to ask the question. Because what we are missing here is not only for Mykola Trofimenko, but I believe the younger generations, what they are thinking about the democracies under fire and basically what do they take into consideration as the next step. So if we have mics in the room, yeah, fantastic. I would, if possible, there is one, actually 2 hands already in the back. If possible, please present yourself or where are you from, what you do, but your question and to whom you're addressing, if not to the whole panel. Thank you.
So thank you so much, first of all, for the interesting panel. I am Tadas Pintveris, a local student here. I'm not part of this alliance, unfortunately, but it has been really interesting hearing the discussions and what all the academic staff has been up to. So first of all, thank you so much for the interesting panel and the discussion. I have a question for the French representative. I think the professor raised some truly relevant points about the growing role of AI in our higher education institutions, especially how now these technologies are basically capable of completing much of the homework and research tasks the students face in our universities, right? As Madam mentioned. And as an alliance of universities, I'm curious, how do you see the role of universities evolving in this new context? Do you think there will be a need to fundamentally perhaps rethink how higher education institutions teach, assess and upload academic integrity, and just know the role of the universities themselves, especially given the broader democratic pressures, linking to democracies being under pressure and how, when how education, populace is, one of the main tools we have for democracies under pressure.
So actually two questions.
Yeah,
First, what's the role of the universities in tackling the AI, and what's the future, as far as I understand? Thank you. Anna, please.
Yeah, maybe I can even combine both in my answer. I don't have the magic secret either. And it's telling that Transform for Europe is going to dedicate an entire year to thinking about this. And I think a year is at least necessary. The thing is, it's already here. It's already here, it's already being used, sometimes as a sort of dirty secret, sometimes more openly. Yesterday in Vilnius, we discussed about how to acknowledge, actually, in our research papers, the help of, so it's not just student level, it's also teacher and researcher level. It can be an aid, well, it can also be close to plagiarism and dishonesty, of course. I think, well, that's my intuition, or what I try to do with my students as well, is to go actually perhaps back to the future in a way. Somebody here talked about the Socratic method that you like at Kaunas University. I think we've got to go back to less written exams and more oral communication, more debate, and where you can't take your, I had notes, you've got your phone and so on, but actually trying to really listen to each other and respond to each other, and perhaps also for teachers, not so much assess the result, but the process. How do you get to writing this paper, if we still have to write papers in the future? But back to the future, because universities have not always been so paper-focused. So there has been more face-to-face teaching and discussion and debate in the past, and I think that's probably also the future. That's the only way I see now. And there are, of course, very smart ways of integrating AI responsibly, as to personalize teaching content and so on. But actually, we've started to use it before thinking about it, and that's why it's so useful that Sophia takes the lead on that.
Can I just jump on that? Sure, I think it's a brilliant question. I mean, I don't have a solution, and that's why probably initiative of yours, of universities, will come to that. But my humble advice would be to invite you to view to the AI as a tool to achieve the goal, which will not replace your educational process, but which may facilitate and will help to grow you. That's the first one. The second one, now being in business and having worked in international corporation on the corporate board and participating in hundreds of interviews for very well-paid big jobs, I would view exam at university as something as an interview for the job. You write your own motivation letter. You write your own, presentation, like we selected new rector of university a while ago. But then you go to the interview, And that's where, I mean, I think professors will have to afford more time, you know, to go through the conversation and dialogue and understanding, you know, not only the knowledge of the subject, but also of the topic, but also of your own values, of your own vision, and of your own, you know, capacity to use the tools available, including the AI. And I here agree. I think that's a fascinating, I mean, subject. But I think something what universities will have to transform themselves from less written exams and probably more of a conversation, which would help. I mean, you will not be able to trick away and play around if you have a live conversation and look to professor eye to eye. I think that's probably will be one of the future for universities.
Thank you so much. We have one more question over here, just in the area. No? Sorry, I missed that. Yeah, please. Thank you.
I'm Tulia Catalan, University of Trieste. I am an historian. And first of all, I would like to thank you for this really interesting session. And I would like just to ask you something, just using my professional tools in order to go deeper a big question. What are you presenting now is a new vision of European Union. But I would like, because we are now in an academic context, I would like to go back to the origins of European Union, thinking what happened after World War II, that destroyed this part of the world and destroyed our states. And when we went out from the war, the concept, the basic concept of European Union and the men and women that built it were to go on in peace, trying through democracy, through scientific diplomacy, that I would like to highlight this, to go on trying to face against dangers and against undemocratic behavior. Then, just speaking as an Italian, we can say that in our Constitution, Article number 11, we have a very strong statement that we have to face with it. Just listen to you today in the morning, and our article said that Italy rejects war. So, what we have to do...
What's your question?
My question is, why you don't speak anymore about peace strategies, diplomacy of science? Today I have listened only about military strategies, defense strategies, education to war, and so on.
We got the question.
I perfectly understand.
Thank you.
But I would like also to listen to something other.
Thank you so much for your question. And we have already the response. Konstantin. Italian community.
Well, since I preached confrontation, thanks for your applause. It actually revs me up a little bit. Madam, peace is a very good concept. No one is ever against peace. But the problem is that it's a very deceptive concept. And it depends on the context. So, when today, by the way, exactly, I'm sorry I mentioned Ireland so much, but the lady who's probably going to be the president of Ireland, and actually the current person there too, they all speak about peace all the time. Somehow it always means that you have to give land to Putin and we will all live in wonderful peace. I think that peace can only come with justice, truth, and basically respect for especially the victims, those who are on the receiving side of aggression. And in this respect, we can remember that, for example, the Helsinki Accords in 1975, yes, they achieved certain peace and stability in Europe, no, not for a long time, but still. But that was because there was a truly sincere desire among all the leaders of all the countries that took part in the Helsinki Accords to achieve, well, essentially a compromise, which would be honorable and which will give something to each side. So no one is against peace, but I think today it depends on where you are in Europe, or by the way, in Asia. If you're in Taiwan, you can achieve peace by surrendering to the Chinese, but probably it's not such a great idea. So I'd say that we should be very, very careful with the concept of peace and look at each case specifically and not generalize about it. Thank you very much.
Okay, Vytautas?
Well, it's a very valuable question, and I appreciate that. You know, we must be proud how much Europe has achieved thanks to European integration. And that's from the Rome Treaty up till nowadays. You know, the integration between Germany and France was meant to avoid the war on European soil. That's what economic, political integration helped to achieve. The peace dividend also played a big role because it was not only European Union, it was also America and NATO. And NATO's, you know, raison d'être has been, I mean, Germans down, Russians out, Americans in. Thirdly, I've been myself on the front lines of scientific and educational diplomacy in Moscow as European Union ambassador in 2013 and 2017, and of course you may remember that. And even after Crimea, illegal occupation of Crimea and the war in Donbass, I was still advocating to maintain the bridges with the Academic Society of Russia. I mean, some may remember that. And we managed to even increase the budget from 15 to 35 million euros for student exchange. Russia was most active participant of Horizon project, etc. But with all due respect, it went to wane. This did not help. This did not deter Putin to launch a conventional war against independent, sovereign, neighboring country, Ukraine, continuing subjugating, with aim to subjugating the country, but also conducting hybrid attacks in continental Europe, in UK, and in our countries. So that brings, and I hope you will share that opinion, that while achieving the peace on the continent among EU member states, we are still facing the threat from outside of the European Union, a different threat. And if Trump's actions and Putin's, I mean, aggressive actions did not help us to understand that we have to go beyond and become not only economic, political, but also defensive unity, then we have a deep problem. If we don't move into the defense union of European Union, and maybe not all the countries will get in, maybe Italy will want to abstain from that. And that's where I think the coalition of the willing, or what Emmanuel Macron, before he used to speak about multi-speed Europe, I believe that's going to be the future of that, and each country will. But I think without defense union, we will continue to watch how Trump and Putin defines the future of Europe and Ukraine, which is a shame for European Union, which is a shame for every European. We have to be at the table, and we have to shape the future for the sake of our security and economic well-being.
Okay, thank you so much, Vytautas. I'll pass the floor to Anne, please.
Okay, just a short reaction, because actually your putting your finger on something that has also been trotting around in my head, and I'll have perhaps a sort of middling position. I'll try. Of course, the word peace, Konstantin alluded to that, has been weaponized. And that's nothing new. It's happened in the peace movement in the 1980s, being for peace. Of course, everybody's for peace. But, well, it was also always a bit being for the Soviet Union, being for... It's nothing new. For me, it's nothing new that the word peace is being weaponized by some people. But as academics, we need to be watchful. We need to really analyze the words that we use, as journalists as well, of course. And I hope, I'm listening to everybody, and I hope that the word pacifism is not on its way to become a sort of insult, because there's actually something very valuable in that. The European Union got the Nobel Prize for Peace some years ago, as you know, and very well deserved. So that's also in our tradition. And actually, when I was listening to the Vice Minister of Defense of Lithuania this morning, who said that the kindergarten children are now playing with drones, and as a good practice, I thought, well, I hope they also paint flowers and somebody reads books to them, and maybe they invent stories themselves. So I think, middling position. In the educational sector, I think we need to prepare for war. That's something we can learn from Ukraine and the Baltic states and the Nordic states, so more exposed and more aware of the risk. But we also need to prepare for peace. And I think that's a transition also to, not yet, but we have another panel about mental health. As somebody who's grown up in the Cold War, I think we need to, and we already have this enormous mental health epidemic among young people. We already have anxiety about the future of the planet. Now anxiety about war is coming back in the middle of Europe, so we really need to watch out there and sort of balance perhaps a bit the war and the peace discourse. But both are important.
All right, I'm mindful that we have around 5 minutes left, and therefore, if possible, I would like to take our perspective for how we're going to do till 2035. What are the 3 things, a takeaway, that each of you would address this audience, but also taking into mindset the younger audience, to whom 2035 will be a senior age to some extent, which we're understanding that we will need to protect not only our walls, but our hearts, first of all, in order to build trust, stay resilient, but at the same time united. Konstantin, maybe I'll start with you.
It always boils down to the famous 3 points. Well, maybe to come back to the previous question, there's one observation that I would like to make, and which is probably also a lesson. Potential lesson to us all. To paraphrase the now nearly forgotten figure of interwar European politics, Joseph Beck, he said one interesting thing in 1939. He said, peace, as all things in life, has a price. High but quantifiable. Well, I think that till 2035, we should consider that this continent should never accede, should never agree to a concept of peace at any price. That is the condition for survival, because peace at any price always means surrender to the forces of evil, to the convenience, to something that will lead you to a bigger disaster. That's number 1. Number 2, practically speaking, I think the universities and the media, if the media survives, by the way, we don't know now that anyone can broadcast him or herself, they will have to be part of this rethinking of, to some extent, European identity, and maybe also saving democracy from the crisis. I'm sure that it will persevere, it will survive. But we need to think about it. We need to think about inspiring people, because inspiration is the best remedy against cynicism and complacency. And in this respect, both, as I said, universities with expanded programs, especially, as I said, in humanities, should play a role in media. Well, I mean, if we survive, we should find a way of reaching out to people and in new ways. How? I don't know, maybe I won't ever live to see it. And number three, I think that, and this is part of the democratic process, we should put more trust in people and not so much in bureaucracies. It's difficult, sometimes it's hazardous, as we see in Ireland today. Or maybe we'll see in Germany next year when the elections come. You know, next year, in 3 years when the elections are there. But I think people respond to trust. And in this respect, it's for the political class, the chattering classes, the intellectuals, the intelligentsia, whatever you call it, to actually rekindle this trust towards the people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm passing the floor to Vytautas, please.
Try to be very brief, watching the clock running. What I wish to see in 2035, and I hope we're going to arrive to that, on a European level, more cohesion, but also flexibility. Because our debate just between us already demonstrates that, I mean, you cannot apply the same rules to all 28, 27 or 30 countries in the future. So European political leaders will have to accommodate the strengths of our diversity and our cohesion at the same time. Secondly, I trust Ukraine will become member of EU far before 2035 and will bring the most resilient, strong society and probably strongest army on European continent. And thirdly, Europe will be an independent political actor, which will certainly work together hand in hand with Americans when the national interests coincide, but will be able to act not only economically, politically, and otherwise, but also militarily when those interests don't coincide.
Thank you so much, Vytautas. Anne, passing back to you.
All right, I'll be saved by the time because saved by the gong. For maybe I only have two things and not three, two takeaways. I think we need universities to be strong and resilient, and that's a common task for our democracies. That also means financial resilience. There's an EUA, European University Association report about that. It's something we should not forget. Financial resilience, I know here in Lithuania it's maybe not such an urgent problem as it is in other countries where universities might even go bankrupt and disappear, which is the case in some countries. So that's one thing. Universities are, as a public service, a vital public service. The entire education sector needs respect. Then universities are also a place for debate. And I'm personally rather happy that we are not in the phase where people were disinvited from campuses has probably finished. So, and that's, in my eyes, a good thing. But there are limits, of course, if there's some Holocaust denier or something like that, of course you wouldn't invite them on your campus, but universities need to be places for debate, and so we train our future professionals, our future colleagues who are already citizens also for debate. And it's exactly what we are doing here is really the best example of how Europe and how universities should be.
Thank you so much, Han. Applause to this panel. I really appreciate, first of all all of you who were reflecting and listening, but also standing up and making the questions, because that's the place where we should do that. I'm also very thankful to all of the rectors who are sitting just in front of me, because we are talking about the future of the universities as it is now. It's not the future, it's reality that we should take. But also, as a Ukrainian, I'm very honored to be here, speaking to all of you. Last but not least, of course, thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you so much for my distinguished panelists. And I'm inviting everyone for lunch, as far as I understand.
1 second.
We
We have to think an excellent moderator. Amazing.
Thank you. Passing the floor to Vilma, as far as I understand.
I had two messages on mind, actually, to thank Victoria, the moderator, that has been done, and also to invite everyone for lunch, because we definitely need some re-energizing elements. So thank you again, and we're back for the next panels after lunch. Don't forget, we have the Agora with networking possibilities and with innovation inspiration. So enjoy that over lunch as well. Thank you.
Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Voyages but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Voyages but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Voyages but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Voyages but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only regards but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only regards but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only regards but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only regards but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only regards but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only Vytautas but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only regards but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only regards but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only regards but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of hybrid warfare that we are basically exploring with not only regards but many more are there? Defensive mindset or defense mindset. What does it mean in terms of
Can I have the mic? Yeah, good. Good afternoon. Yes. Let's have a seat. My name is Robert van Voorn. As you see in the program, you know what my background is. I usually organize conferences, I don't moderate, so this is for me a completely new experience in life. So if it becomes a mess, forgive me and don't invite me to moderate again. To start with, I would like to say that I'm really pleased that mental health is so much on the agenda. Many people will not probably remember, but 25 years ago, the World Bank appointed its first mental health advisor, an Australian psychiatrist, Harvey Whiteford. And a lot of people said, why would the World Bank have a mental health advisor? What is the combination between economics and mental health? And maybe you remember Harvard University published The Global Burden of Disease, and it was a fat book. And it turned out that psychoneurological ailments were 15% of the so-called DALYs, the disability affected life years. So we've gone a long way. The European Union, for the first time, had a mental health action plan in 2005. So 20 years ago. And now the budget is $1.25 billion. So really big progress. Secondly, we've been talking all the time about resilience, and this panel will also be about resilience. Resilience is not a static thing. We're talking a lot about the resilience of the Ukrainian people during these 3.5 years of war. It is indeed amazing how they are managing to continue. But mind you, they are also extremely tired. And resilience is something that is really affected by what is going on. And I know quite a few people who are so tired that they had to leave the country in order to save themselves. So, Ukraine is a fantastic example, but it is not the end solution. A big change for mental health was COVID. Certainly lots of people were affected by COVID. It had an enormous impact on mental health care delivery because suddenly therapy had to be given online via Zoom or other networks, which therapists until then thought was not effective. It turns out to be very effective, and it's now widely used. But COVID also showed this lack of understanding. The slogan that was used internationally was social distancing, which was the fundamentally wrong slogan because especially in times of COVID, you need to have social solidarity. You need physical distancing, but social solidarity. And then the last thing is this whole issue with depression. We're talking about the consequences of how the world is changing. A friend of mine is a therapist in Ottawa at the University of Ottawa. One of the main clients that she has are people working in the climate department because they see the figures, they see the trends, and they are just flabbergasted by how quickly things are changing and not in the positive direction. Okay, that's what I wanted to tell you. Our first speaker is Patricia Oliveira Silva. She began her academic journey by mapping how the brain processes empathy and social pain. And over time, she found herself just as fascinated by higher education and how universities connect people across cultures as she once was by how neurons connect the brain. She is a neuroscientist by training, global academic by passion, and currently serves as Vice Dean for Global Positioning at the Universidade Católica Portuguesa in Porto. She is strongly committed to international education, works at the intersection of neuroscience, psychology, and higher education, and her passion lies in exploring how our understanding of stress, empathy, and socio-emotional skills can be translated into practical strategies that support higher education in being a force for change. Patricia, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here, and let me confess that I changed a little bit my presentation now because I thought no one would like to start after lunch talking about other dark side of the reality. And I thought, okay, let's try to talk a little bit in a peaceful way. I will try, I will do my best. But also, my ideas were always a kind of way back to the same point. And that is the title of my presentation. I think that all of us will agree that our ground is shaking, is shifting beneath our feet. Although this is probably the softer way to say this, we have many other strong ways to say. I think it's good to start with a kind of hope about the role of higher education and also the kind of role we have as simple individuals within or without higher education institutions. So I will tell you a little bit about my background. I think it will be important for you to know why I have this perspective. I'm a social neuroscientist, as was said, and my previous 20 years were to explore what is social pain, what is called, unfortunately, as abstract pain. And it's not abstract at all, let me tell you. It's very biological and very, very physical. And when we talk about the lack or the absence of resilience, we are talking about a pain, a very real pain, a pain that probably our students and ourselves have every day. So let's talk a little bit about this. And I would say that when we think about the current reality, we can talk about this seismic point of our lives that could have two different faces. The first one maybe could be a kind of mirror where we see our collective fragilities. We have many fragilities that probably we are only now able to see them. I will invite you as well, in the second part of my presentation, to think about this reality as a kind of horizon where we can see the chance, the opportunity to transform ourselves. We are in Transform for Europe, so let's talk about transformation. And I think higher education needs to transform from time to time. We need to adapt, although we have this important identity to keep with us. And I'm saying this as someone who is truly passionate about higher education and the role we have. But I believe that although we are changing a lot, the kind of mission we have in our sector, the main point, the core point is the same. That is to equip young and not so young people to be able to imagine alternative realities, alternative futures for themselves and for other generations. And this is a point where we can think about this. We can think about, are we able in this moment to equip people, students, to think about different futures, to how to overcome constraints, how to look for a solution, how to try to see something beyond the reality we have at this moment. I will tell you a little bit about this important report. I don't know if you are aware of this. This is from Nature magazines, talking about the future of higher education. I invite everyone to read them. It is very interesting to see that most of our concerns within academia are the same, and how different countries are dealing with this. For instance, most of the authors are talking about the importance of using new technologies to use the kind of concerns and fears. This morning we were talking about fear. From a neuroscientist perspective, we know that stress and fear, in a certain degree, is a kind of force from within, so we can use this unstable attitude and mentality to change something. And what the authors are inviting to do is to think again about the kind of role we have for higher education and try to do what we have done throughout the centuries, trying to adapt and to meet in the middle the new generations. So we have different articles about this, but most of them are talking about something that is a reality for all of us, that we can see that the human experience within and without academia at this moment has been very painful, because we can see the rising of stress, growing loneliness between our students, burnout, a clear sense of belonging to any community, not only for the academic community, and also this less confidence regarding their roles, the future, employability, and the belief that the community, the academic community, and the government can do something to change their future. So it's a bombastic combination, right? All of us agree with this. Our instinctive response, at least mine, as someone within the academia, is to say to everyone on every corner of my university, students need to be more resilient. This is the kind of narrative we use every day. But something I think you need to think with me, or I will invite you to think about this, is that resilience is not something that we build alone. Resilience is not only a personal trait, at least from the neuroscience and psychological perspective. To grow resilient, we need to be held. We need to make sure that we have a community that supports us. We need to have people and purposes that are present when we are trying to cope with very difficult situations. So obviously, all of us, as we were talking this morning, we need to be more resilient. But as academics, we need to think if we are really creating the community, our students need to be more resilient. And not only claiming everywhere that the individual himself needs to be more resilient. It's a very important point, but it's not enough alone. I will tell you a very modest contribution, because one thing that our dear Robert asked us was to not only identify problems, but also try to show a contribution, a small contribution of obviously an ocean of efforts that all of us have had in our own institutions, but to talk a little bit about how can we manage or how can we make efforts within academia to change this reality and to make our communities more and more fertile to grow resilience. This is an international PhD program, and for me it's very important to have this first word, to be international, because I think that today it's not enough to think about our environment alone from our national perspective. We need to see beyond, and I think this is a golden part of this PhD program, is to make sure that all of our students, and here you have some ideas about the activities we have in this PhD program, and a very important one from my perspective is to make sure they have 3 mentors, one from each country. So they are, since the very first day, supervised by a mentor from Portugal, a supervisor from Portugal, another supervisor from the UK, and another one from Spain. And this is a community by itself, right? We are talking about small communities that can know each student very well. It's not someone dealing with hundreds of different students without knowing them very well. And we try to do what we believe that is that fertile ground to grow resilience. Okay, Robert, I'm finishing. Besides this, I will just finish here because I think it will be a pleasure to talk. Hope we have some time to discuss at the end some other aspects that could be interesting for you. But I would like just to tell you, to finish telling you that I have no doubt that all type of crisis change us internally, biologically. This is the reality from neuroscience as well. Our brains change. What we try to do to overcome those traumatic experiences, those, let's call in a soft way again, those challenges we have in our experiences, is to reshape them, to give them another narrative, a kind of healthier and something we can cope with, we can support in our future. But there is one aspect that I think we need to be very clear within higher education. As a student myself, I believe I was equipped to think about different futures. And this is what I try to do nowadays, is to share this possibility with my students as well, and to see higher education as this place where we are invited every day with different languages, different scientific areas to do the same. But it's necessary to do this. It's necessary to prepare students, from my perspective, to do what probably we lose at the end of their staying within our academia, to make them prepared not to be afraid facing difficulties, not being afraid when they need to deal with uncertainties, but to be prepared to rebuild that, to rebuild the reality. And more important, to face complexity with a certain degree of confidence, because this is what we need to create resilience. This is the basic and the foundation of a resilient person. It's not fearing about complexity and challenges, but it's prepared to see this as another bump, another way to overcome a difficulty, because we know we will have other situations to deal with, and they will have personal aspects. Very important to talk about individual needs and how they can be demanding for a higher education institution to deal with so many different needs. But it's very important to put our attention in those which we know are very important tools to succeed. So, thanks a lot. It is a pleasure to bring this empathetic perspective for you. I hope it's a good way to start this journey in this session without so much dark realities for us, but it's also a way to bring hope for our perspectives. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia. I would like to give the floor to our next speaker, Tanya Michael. She is professor of clinical psychology and psychotherapy at Saarland University in Germany, studied psychology in Braunschweig, and completed her PhD at the University of Oxford as a Wellcome Trust Scholar. Before joining Saarland University in 2009, she held a research position at the University of Basel. And her research focuses on trauma, post-traumatic stress disorder, and resilience, with a particular interest in the psychological effects of violence and societal crisis. She published widely in international journals and is actively involved in science communication and policy-oriented mental health initiatives. Tanya? Not yet. I can say a little bit more about you. You lead currently several interdisciplinary projects on mental health promotion, including digital care for military personnel, support for victims of violence, and school-based interventions to strengthen resilience in adolescents.
Nearly there.
Not yet?
But
yes,
I think it's
good.
Coming. Okay, thanks so much. I'm really happy to be here. So I would like to start to put a bit of a framework. When we talk about psychological resilience, what are we talking about? Like Robert has said, mental health is quite complex and quite important because a lot of people do have ill mental health. But a lot of people have good mental health, and then a lot of people have everything in between. So you have, you're well, but not so well, a little bit unwell. And I'm doing, as Robert has said, a lot of trauma research, but I'm not talking about that because that's a different thing when people have been traumatized, soldiers who had been in war, or women who have been sexually brutalized. That's different things than what we are talking here, I think, in this conference about when we talk about resilience, because what these people need is something else than how we can build up resilience in people who are facing some adversity, but not like these really stressful, traumatic events, like gross interpersonal violence. So, and first of all, when we talk about resilience, I really want to make the point, what is resilience? So the most basic definition of resilience is the ability of adapting successfully in the face of adversity, trauma, tragedy, or any other significant threat. Okay, that says a lot and not so much at the same time, because resilience could then be a trait, it could be an outcome, it could be a state, or it could be all of this. So it's a huge debate in the resilience community what it is. And what we definitely know now that is resilience is not a fixed trait. What we mean by that, it's not like another fixed trait, like personality factors, like some people are extrovert, and they probably stay more or less extrovert all their life. With resilience, it's not like this. It's not that you're born as a resilient person and stay resilient all over your life, or you are unlucky and you're not born as a resilient person and then you'll never be resilient. There are some biological and genetic factors even in resilience, but there are more environmental factors in resilience. And resilience is really something that we can learn. There's a hope in this as well, and something that we can shape together. So we have done, like I just put a brief spot view of our own research. We have done lots of network analysis about resilience as well. And so resilience, as we understand it, is really a network of interrelated concepts. But two of these factors really stand out as very central in this resilience network. One is sense of coherence, and which means that life is comprehensible, manageable, and meaningful for people, and self-efficacy. That means that one has a own ability to handle things, to cope with things successfully. And together these two form really the pillar of resilience. And longitudinal analysis also show that resilience is both predicts current well-being as future stability, even though these factors that are examined in resilience research, they are much better in predicting actually sustained well-being than a quick recovery to adversity. So I've already said that sense of coherence and self-efficacy are important, and what we seem to be seeing in our data is that they really act as stabilizers. They are buffering us against daily stressors and help us to maintain balance. But then there are a lot of other factors like optimism, flexibility, and supportive environments as well that build bridges in this resilience networks. So resilience is really like a self-regulating system that helps us to maintain our mental equilibrium. Okay, and now I would like to talk a bit about young people. We have already talked a lot of young people, but we in the Saarland, we have done one of the biggest studies in Europe actually on how young people are doing at the moment. I only have the data from 22 and 23. So it really started, or I had the idea for the study during the pandemic because I'm also the head of our outpatient unit, and the need for mental health care during the pandemic seemed sheer endless, especially for young people. So I negotiated with our local government to have a Saarland-wide study in schools. So we had more than 4,000 pupils taking part of it in 3 times, so it's a longitudinal one. And here, really only very brief glimpse of some of the results. But in 2022, 39 of the students, like between 14 and 17, they had clinically relevant symptoms of depression. So this was not a clinical diagnosis, but a questionnaire, but this questionnaire that we use has very high criterion validity, which means that the chances that these pupils actually, if they would meet a trained clinician, would get a diagnosis of depression is really high. And depression is a very very severe disease. And it's also, people don't go out of it. No? It's not that young people are feeling a bit depressed and then they go out of it. It's something that can become chronic and persistent, which causes a lot of personal sufferings, but also it's very difficult for society because people who are depressed, they participate less in societal life. We know that they are hardly participating in political life, they don't go voting because they have fatigue, they're not well, they're not interested. So to build strong and resilient societies or democracies with a huge number of people who are depressed, it's very difficult. And they're anxious as well, and they had low quality of life as well. And in 2023, the symptoms rose even slightly. We saw no sign of recovery, and I just looked before the conference and the data from 2024, and they don't look any better. So basically what we see is that there's a persistent decline in emotional well-being among young people after years of overlapping crises. And we know that their mental health has deteriorated because we use questionnaires that have been used in Europe and Germany before the crisis, and our rates are much, much higher than what we have seen before. We took the opportunity in the Cochin study as well to look at external crises like the pandemic, but also then the war in Ukraine had started and the climate crisis. And we asked the pupils how stressed you are. And you see, like with the pandemic in 22, 60% of the pupils still said they were strongly distressed about consequences of the pandemic. 25 in Germany, this is sort of quite far away from Ukraine, still said they were strongly stressed about the war in Ukraine. And 17 said they were strongly stressed about the climate crisis. And when you put that in a model and predict symptoms, we have seen that this distress about the crisis predicts independently incremental variance on why people are not well. So obviously you have the socioeconomic status, which predicts, and gender predicts, and other things, personal distress, like when your parents are alcoholic or something like that. Yeah, but these crises really do predict as well that people are not well. So in the Cochin study, we have also seen that self-efficacy, like with the adult studies, and emotional flexibilities, they are protective factors, but they don't buffer all of these effects. So my conclusion, nearly on time, is that global crises continue to weigh heavily on mental health in adults, but especially in young people, and that we should definitely make an effort in strengthening psychological resilient factors like self-efficacy or flexibility. But these mental health interventions, they also need to be surrounded by societal support and political measures, because obviously, like if we can live in peace or without a threat to our climate, people would need to have fewer of these psychological resilience factors. So obviously my task as a psychologist is maybe to look at the individual part, but there's a huge part what we as a society, politicians also have to achieve, that people can build their individual resilience. So the next step is like, that's something we are doing. Like my work group, we have achieved a huge grant, 6 million euros, that we can take to schools and try to train pupils in resilience. And if that's not enough, if they have severe mental health problems, we also treat them. But here at this conference, I thought, because I have for a long time this idea that it would be really important to look at mental health of young people, students across Europe, and how these different crises affect different European populations. And then I've heard from Lukas Redemann that there might be even a framework in this Transform for Europe Alliance that we can achieve something like that, to build something like that together. So I'm interested in that. If somebody else would be willing to do this type of research, please get in touch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tanya. Our next speaker is Donatas Palauskas. He works at the Ignitis Group as the head of diversity, inclusion, and well-being. He's an expert in gender equality, diversity, and inclusion. He's a lecturer and an author of several books. Donatas.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah, you do. So I'm going to speak today quickly, as possible, on how Ignitis Group discovered resilience 2 or 3 years ago, before it was cool. And Ignitis Group is, for Lithuanian audience, quite well-known name and brand. We are a company that, simply put, provides electricity, gas, builds solar and wind energy parks in Lithuania and abroad. And we are a community of around 5,000 people, employees. So I would say we are huge in Lithuania. And by being huge, I mean that we are also facing sometimes, from time to time, huge challenges and issues as any other big organization. That's why resilience is something that we need, like, on a daily basis. We also have this purpose that we came up with 3 years ago, I guess. And it's about creating 100% green and secure energy ecosystem for future and current generations. And when I look, every time I look at this 100%, it kind of frightens me, because it's 100%, not 99, not 98, meaning that, you know, you have to be devoted for that purpose to achieve that. You have to truly be like into it and motivated by it and identify with it, so that, you know, as a community we would eventually reach that 100%. And that's why, again, resilience is what we need as air we breathe. But resilience came into our focus in particular 2 years ago, when we had very complicated situations, some would say crisis, 3 crises at the same time. One of them was when there was energy crisis, prices got up, and as a result people were angry, desperate, because, you know, electricity bills got extremely crazy. And they would go to our clients' service centers, and they would, you know, express their anger to our people. These situations got out of control, and we had to, you know, make some very serious decisions, like providing on-the-spot mental health for our employees, so they could eventually, you know, continue working in our company. So that was one crisis. We also got, that year, in 2023, we got heavy snows and storms. This means that our people had to, like, during those heavy storms, when electricity grids would be damaged by the snow and the falling trees, our people would go, whenever that is needed, would go into different locations, into the woods, into the snow, as in this picture, and would, you know, fix the grid, recover the grid so that everyone can have electricity. And that was a challenge because, you know, the pressure is huge from the clients to ensure that electricity, you know, is coming back very fast. The third kind of complicated situation / crisis was when our people would change those old meters into smart meters, electricity meters, and then people, our clients, again, would be, you know, sometimes angry because of this change, wouldn't understand why it is happening, and again, our frontline workers who would go into those locations at people's home, change those smart meters, they would again face not very kind and polite behavior from the clients that we serve. And we came up with this, you know, brilliant idea that, okay, this is a signal that we must work with individual and team resilience in order to function as an organization during hardships. We came up with this, at that time we thought it's very sophisticated. Now I look and don't see that sophistication, but it's quite simple scheme. We call it Program Wellbeing for Resilience Program that kind of put in place all those efforts that we're trying to do when building our employee resilience. And in this model, we are trying to prepare our employees for challenges, and we do that by, you know, creating a sense of purpose, encouraging positive outlook, creating these coping skills, organizing trainings and support networks. Then we encourage employees to use those skills during those crises, but whenever is needed, we have support, emotional support, team facilitation sessions, crisis management teams, we have a mental health hotline, so everything by their side in case there is a specific help needed. And we started monitoring our resilience, and from the very first day we started monitoring using 4 questions in the employee experience survey. We noticed that our employees are very resilient. I mean, they are almost made of steel. If you look at those blue bubbles there, there's this, every bubble represents a team, and they're allocated according to their resilience level. And we saw that the majority of our teams are perfect, almost, right? And only parts of these bubbles, which are darker, represent those teams that, you know, are of a lower resilience, and they particularly, they need our support. And we started providing this resilience support specifically for those teams that needs them. So yeah, and the very last thing I want to say is that, you know, that was 2 or 3 years ago. Current situation that we're talking about, the crisis that is happening now, showed us another angle of resilience, and we put all those future scenarios which are truly negative. Tanya was telling about positivity as a kind of competence for resilience. There is nothing positive here, I'm sorry, but the future for us is gloomy, and that's why we need to be ready for that future, whatever will happen. So we are preparing now for this kind of future, but we, I think, eventually get more positivity on that. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Donatas. Our last speaker is Lana Par. She is president of the European Students' Union for the 2025-2026 mandate. She has been actively involved in the student movement for over 5 years, beginning as president of the Student Council at the University of Rijeka. She is, as a member of the Croatian Students' Council, she engaged in national and European level advocacy on a wide range of student issues, and she now focuses on advancing the European education area and strengthening the organizational development and capacity building. Lana, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and I apologize. To make sure that my presentation works. Thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation, and it's truly my pleasure to be here and to speak on behalf of the students. And actually, to begin this, I would like to use this opportunity where I'm behind cathedra, behind the microphone, to ask you a question. So, work hard, study, focus, dream big. If you work hard enough, you can make all of your dreams come true. You need to work hard, so you have good grades, you can enroll in the university, study what you want, then when you get your degree, you will get a great job, work on your career, you will have fruitful and successful life. Who believes that this is true? Can you raise your hands? Okay, and others don't? Yeah, I see some heads going like this among students and younger population, and unfortunately, I'm very sorry to tell you this, but for young people in this economy, in this economic situation, this sounds more like wishful thinking than the future that awaits us. I know it's a bit depressing, but unfortunately, I'm here to also speak about these issues. And let me just ask you a question. What were your thoughts, your wishes, your dreams when you were in your 20s during your studies? If someone wants to answer. Maybe people from the panel. There is no wrong answer. If someone wants to share. Making impact? Yes. And I assume it was also connected to stability, to maybe having a family or a pet that you like and planting some flowers in a garden, etc. And unfortunately, for young people today, with everything going on in the world, we heard in the previous panels, this is something that we are getting more and more scared to dream of. So first, the global pandemic hit. It drew people away. Social distancing also meant that a lot of students that are at universities today, they were in high schools, beginning the high school, they were in the period of their life when puberty hits and you want to spend time with your friends and you want to go out, you want to hang out, you want to, maybe do something stupid that your parents will get mad at you, but that's also part of growing up. That's how we learn, that's how we make mistakes, and that's also what forms us as people. And unfortunately, for a lot of these students, this part of their growing up, their childhood, was taken away from them. And that's still visible in their interactions, causing a lot of anxiety, causing difficulties making connections. And after that, when we were witnessing the beginning of the war in Ukraine, but also now the democracy on fire, the climate crisis, crisis all over us, crisis on global level, the levels of insecurities, it feels like we just cannot take a breath. It feels like it's very difficult to breathe, to navigate through this, and to actually recover and get back on track, to follow the path where we work hard and when we put a lot of effort and then our dreams do come true. And let me talk a bit about well-being. So it is a positive state experienced by individuals and societies. Similar to health, it is a resource for daily life and it is determined by social, economic, and environmental conditions. Well-being encompasses quality of life and the ability of people and societies to contribute to the world with a sense of meaning and purpose. Impact, we can also say. And what do you think, what is the situation of the well-being of young people, of students today? I just want to share with you a couple of graphs from Eurostudent publication. So this graph shows share of students with low sense of well-being. So it's more than a half students across the Europe that report that their sense of well-being is very low. Also in years where everyone tells you it's the best period of your life, you're a student, you need to be happy, there is nothing to worry about. And students feel a lot of isolation. They feel isolated from different groups, from family and partners, from friends, from people, from others in general. And there is also a big percentage of them who feel very high levels of isolation from their fellow students, which also affects how they feel at universities. And of course, that can be connected to the financial difficulties and financial situation of students. We can see that when it comes to students with financial difficulties, they are more prone to feel the lower sense of well-being and wellness and happiness in general. And in the context of the Alliance, this also affects a lot students who come for exchanges, students who study in different countries, etc., because for them it's even more difficult to adjust and to take a breath. And finally, almost a third of students report a mental health problem. Most often it is depression and anxiety disorder. And now I don't have a PhD and I didn't write books yet, but I actually did my thesis on biology of mental illness, learning about the importance and connection of both environmental factors and genetic factors when it comes to developing mental illnesses. And unfortunately, the situation for all of the young people with genetic predisposition in this situation is not very bright. And this is a very serious problem that we should all tackle together. Another thing that surrounds us more and more, it's disinformation, fake news, the rise of racism, of Islamophobia, of anti-Semitism. And unfortunately, all of this is also spilling to our university campuses. We have also rise in reports from students that they don't feel safe at the university campuses. And I would also like to maybe quote myself from yesterday. So we focus a lot on the importance of debate, of critical thinking, of facts, which is of course important, but it also kind of feels that we forgot about dialogue and the importance of dialogue, importance of listening, of hearing other perspectives, and going into the world and through the world with that in mind, with other people's perspective, with trying to understand each other, not debating just to win, but debating, listening, and having a dialogue to understand each other better. Because that's the only way how we can ensure that our universities, but also our societies, are inclusive places where everyone feels welcome and safe. So, what do we do now? Of course, part of my answer is more work on mental health and focus on mental health of students. By mainstreaming mental health in higher education, because mental health and well-being are basic human rights, not privileges. And student well-being is essential, both for their academic success, but also for personal growth and for their resilience. It enables them to overcome challenges and daily stressors, but also to develop effective coping strategies and reaching their full potential. And in broader perspective, we don't see it as an isolated issue. To really, truly overcome it, it connects. It connects to teaching and assessment methods, to curricula design, to housing and social life of students, online and digital learning environments, but also to staff well-being and institutional culture. So our recommendation, and you can also find our report on students' mental health, our students' mental health charter, which was based on the findings that we did amongst the students during the pandemic. It's whole institution approach, where mental health is everyone's responsibility across the universities. And to truly achieve that, it's also necessary to train academic and administrative staff, but also peer supporters, and to identify early warning signs. Also to integrate mental health awareness and resilience building into curricula and orientation programs, but also extracurricular activities and student life activities, and to constantly evaluate and improve. So when it comes to resilience in whole, although the name of this panel is individual resilience, I would still reaffirm that I believe that resilience is a group effort. It cannot be done individually. And what students need, when it comes to resilience and success is also connected to feeling of ownership. When you ask young students today how they feel with everything going on in the world globally, the answer they most often give us is powerless. So to actually have students that are resilient and to build the resilience, we need to reaffirm this belief in them that they can shape their own future, that we can shape our own future. So how do we help students rebuild that sense of agency? I have a couple of answers. First of them, and the beginning would be encouragement. By creating university environments that nurture hope and belonging, because that's what we're missing. And every student should feel seen, supported, and valued, because resilience, it's not just about being tough alone. It's about having connections, purpose, and a belief that you matter. Universities, we need them not to be only centers of knowledge, but also spaces for personal growth and lifelong learning, meaning helping students develop future-proof skills like adaptability, creativity, critical thinking, but also let's not forget about developing empathy, skills that will let them thrive in a world that will keep changing. And most importantly, I would say, students need to believe that they are part of the solution. The goal is not only to have graduates who can merely survive crisis, but people who can transform them, who see themselves as active citizens that are capable of leading communities and rebuilding trust when it's lost. So my final message would also be to universities. We need universities that are communities where students don't just learn about the world as it is, but gain the courage and also confidence, most importantly, the confidence and the feeling that we believe that we can do it to shape the world as it should be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lana. I think this clock is not correct. It's going far too quick. So we have only 6 minutes left for discussion and for questions. I am full of questions, but maybe we can start with the audience. Is there anybody who wants to put questions to one of the speakers? I see one person over there. Please put up your hand. I have only one contact lens. The other one I lost along the way. And there's another one over there. Can we have the first question, please?
Thank you. So this was an example of cooperation, how I got on mic. Thank you for this inspiring presentation. I'm Matilde Fontanet from the library of the University of Trieste. I thought I had listened to some of your presentations, especially the last and the first, was that university should be or is a place not where students are taught how to face the world, but a place where students, staff, academic and administrative staff learn together. And I would like to hear the thoughts of the speakers on the possibility of developing programs that bring about this kind of cross-generation, cross-roles learning, which, because my experience at the university over 30 years, I feel I learned a lot. So I don't know if anybody else shares this kind of vision, and I think some action could be built on that.
Thank you. Who would like to? You have a microphone in your chair.
Yes. Is it working? Yeah. So we do not have, I will not share a specific example, but I will tell you about some rehearsals, let's call like this. And because we need, it's very good to listen to a student saying this, that they would like to be part of the solution, because we have a lot of frustration trying to bring everyone to the table, right? Because we feel that sometimes our initiatives, our brilliant ideas don't resonate on students, don't resonate on academics, don't resonate in one of the actors. And it's very difficult to make sure that we have a space where everyone feel safe enough to think about their own role without a kind of judgment, right? This is the most difficult part of this type of co-creation. I always tell that the most difficult part of our academic activity is to openly co-create solutions, right? Not only bringing to the table what I have done throughout these years as a professor, as a student, as someone in the rector or so on, but to say, let's find a solution together from 0 point. Co-creation is a very key point and very, very difficult to implement. We have tried to do this in some specific boards. I can give you some examples of activities we have done. That's to have representatives from students, representatives from professors, from coordinators of different programs, and trying to work in a specific point, not trying to solve the world problem, trying to work in specific tasks, because this creates the kind of confidence we were talking about, and create something, I think, more important, the culture within the institutions, to make us understand that we can collaborate to create solutions. So I think it's very important to be present since the very first moment. This is what we have tried with students, with staff, with people working in security, in the academic services, doesn't matter. Everyone is part of the solution. What is difficult, because we are quite focused on our own task, I'm very focused on assessment, students' enrollment, different degrees of performance and so on. And to put ourselves in someone else's shoes, this is the definition of empathy, is very hard for all of us, right?
Anna, you want to say?
Yes, and thank you very much for the question, and I think it's a really important one, and that's something that we really want to see. And of course, we hear a lot about also when some connections are trying to be made, it's difficult for students to reach out to the administration, but also for the other side to reach out to students. So I think that's something that we all together still need to find the way to work on. But I truly believe, and I want to believe, because after the first part of today, I felt a bit gloomy, I have to say, not a bit, a lot. And the time that we're living in, it's very unpredictable, and it also changes very fast. But something that keeps me going and keeps a lot of young people going is, I believe, the belief, the wish that we want to change things, that we're not happy with how things are, but it's not enough just not to be happy, because that's not how you can actually change something. There is a lot of people who are not happy, who are angry, but I think that's also the key for universities to reach out to students and to use that to work together on common goals. We also hear a lot that young people are not interested in politics, or there is a lot of apathy amongst young people, etc. I don't agree. I strongly disagree with it, because all over Europe, we can see student movements that are really strong. We can see a lot of student protests, students being very vocal about the things that are bothering them, climate, societal issues, corruption, you name it. Students are active, students do care, but students are disappointed in politics. That's also the thing we have to understand. And it hurts a lot for me as a young person to hear people on the television and people in the suits talking about the military service, for example, and why young people think that that's beneath them. I think that's a really wrong approach, because young people don't want to fight wars they didn't start. We want to plan our future, we want to plant flowers, we want to think about having families or pets and working on our careers. We just started living. So young people have opinions, they have a lot to say, and they're active in the societies. The goal is to find a way to communicate and to bridge these bridges together, to have this cooperation that was kind of lost, I feel, also with the pandemics, because I started studying in 2019, so just before the pandemics, it hit after my second semester. And after that, I got more engaged in student association and student council, and I could see that there was far less students that were coming to the organized activities, etc. So that's still work in progress, but that's also connected to the effects and mental health and well-being and anxiety that is really high amongst young people. And I will stop now.
No, I think it's very important to hear your voice. So if it's okay with you, I would like to have the second question still. I'll steal a few minutes.
Hello, thank.
Mic doesn't work.
Let's try again. Okay. Yes, hello. Thank you so much for very important words shared on the stage. My question is concerned with this paradoxical state that we're in, titled polycrisis or permacrisis. I'm wondering about your thoughts and in terms of mental health and resilience building when there's like many things going on at the same time. I'm from Vytautas Magnus University, and we're curating various projects with climate change and climate crisis. And when you're focused on this particular issue, okay, you start feeling agency, and really, like, you can notice students feel empowered. But then you shift your attention towards anything else around the world, and there's like many things crumbling down in the same time. I'm wondering like how to mitigate that, or is that even necessary? Maybe according to your research, one type of like direction or vector of change is enough for a person to feel empowered and have better kind of outcomes in terms of well-being and mental health. So yeah, just polycrisis.
Tanya, for you?
Yeah. Thanks for the question. It's an extremely valid one, because I think that's exactly the problem. We have so many different things that seem to be very, very difficult, like the climate challenge, the threat of war or war already happening. And I think that's, you said it, and I think that's what we see in the data and in our patients. It's this feeling of being helpless, of being powerless, of like not being able to do something about it. And therefore, I think we need, as an individual response, we, as I say now, as older people, we need to learn also to talk about difficult issues. And there are serious issues like the climate crisis, we all know that, to talk about it in a way that takes it seriously, but also being rational about it and not making it more emotional, because that's what people, when resilience goes down, is when people just feel emotionally overwhelmed. They just feel anxiety and more depression, and then what you have is avoidance, and you think, oh my God, now I'm just better not think about it anymore, and then you can't find a solution. And so the thing is, what you've raised the issue is that we need to learn, I think, to talk about it in ways that we can give the people, okay, it's difficult, but we will find solutions. So basically, there are also solutions available. We will just work hard on the solutions and try to put the focus more on the solutions than always just on the threat. And then I know it's difficult, because then you maybe feel a little bit reassured about one point and saying, yeah, there are solutions, like you're building solutions, like these are great examples. And then you turn your head and then you see, oh my God, but there's something else, the world is burning there. And I think that's where people have to have the balance, like to say, okay, I might not know about everything, like you are, I'm focusing on the climate challenge. Other people focus more on the humanitarian crisis in the world, and we just have to calm ourselves down and say, okay, but we know as a society as a whole, we will try to focus on the solutions and to talk about it in a way that is a bit less emotional and more rational, actually, and problem solving. And then I think it's possible.
Yeah, because Donatus, I can imagine if you are looking all the time at this 100%, and at the same time you see that in the United States, one climate measure after the other is taken away, why are you still doing this? Is that not depressing?
It is. Oh, I'm working. Yeah, it is. And but again, I will reflect on that question up there. That resilience grows out of facing the challenges and facing the crisis, not running from it, not hiding from it. Then you feel powerless when you're hiding from it. So power comes from the very state of, challenging that crisis and going through it, withstanding it, And I think that is the thing that we are trying to, or more like a mindset that we are trying to, install into our organization. So yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry your time is up. Thank you, Tanya, Donatas, Patricia, and Lana. I think it was a very interesting discussion. The clock is too quick for us, but what to do? Thank you.
Thank you, the panelists, and thank you, Robert, for wonderful moderation of this panel. And we are now going to our last panel today, but there'll be other things, so that's not the last event on the day's schedule. And I would like to invite Professor Tomas Piesikovsky from the University of Leisure to collect the panelists of the panel that is on science, innovation, and universities' global competitiveness. Not that it was registered in the. It was not registered in the agenda. So I'm not sure that well, we have to have a review.
Yeah, take the seat. Yeah, wherever you. Follow the Magnus panel and start just sitting here and discussing. Very good. I will begin with asking you. I will introduce you just by name and function, but then I will ask you to say something more about, of course, highlight the Hello. 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 I appreciate that you joined.
He said that it can't be a panel just all
no woman, no panel, so we have no other option than
no cry. So
what did Niinistö say? Yes.
Oh, Niinistö was wonderful. She said that we really need to have the mindset of defenders. I think that's what we need. And it looks like we need
No, it's another panelist who had
He couldn't come due to the fact that he's out.
I'm from European Commission. Okay, just I'm the representative here in Lithuania.
We had a video address from Virkkunen.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, so
Very good.
it was very enriching morning. You missed it.
Very good. Well, then
But you rule on that statement, I propose
Now,
that
now
we
it's
start.
up to you. Now it's up to you. Now it's up to you.
I wouldn't dare. Okay, good afternoon. Welcome to the last panel today, like a dessert after a very nourishing meal that we have been consuming since morning. It is not an easy task to keep you meaningfully entertained after such an exciting but at the same time exhausting day. But I'm sure that together with our great panelists, we won't disappoint you and won't spoil the wonderful conference that we are taking part in. My name is Tomas Pietrzykowski. I have a pleasure to moderate the panel on science, innovation, and universities' global competitiveness. In a minute, I will introduce our panelists, but before that, just to give you some food for thought, let me just make one brief observation that might be a kind of a wider context of what we are going to talk about. Quite recently, in 1980, so 45 years ago, the Chinese economy was about 10 times smaller than the combined economies of the then European Union, consisting of much smaller number of states. And today, it is already bigger than the combined EU economy, despite the enlargement of the EU and the impressive economic growth of some, at least, of our countries, including, in particular, this eastern part of EU. And most probably, in the next 20 or 25 years, it will be, Chinese economy will be twice as big as the combined EU economies. So the kind of an overarching question that somehow hovers over the topic that we are going to discuss concerning universities is to what extent, or if or to what extent, the situation of our universities on a global market, so to say, is a function of that change that is so quickly taking place in front of our eyes, and to what extent it is one of significant causes of that situation. In order to answer that question, we need to dive into many details and many aspects of the question of our competitive advantages and capabilities to cope with universities and business companies all over the world. And in order to dive into those details, I will discuss and ask questions to our panelists, who are first Vilma. Probably there is no anybody in this room who is better known to all the rest of people present here than you, not only because of your being on this stage from the early morning today, but because of your role as Vice Rector, Professor, and organizer of many events and projects. So welcome to our panel. Mr. Manuel Heitor, former Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation in Portugal. And if I may add also, the principal author of an important report on exactly those topics that we are going to discuss, the report commissioned by the European Union. So I hope you will tell us something more about the findings of that report. Mr. Mariusz Waszczega, if I pronounced that correctly, sorry, I tried to do that, Head of European Commission Representation in Lithuania, and Mr. Tomas Vitkus, CEO of Novian Company, based here in Lithuania. So this is the briefest possible introduction of our panelists, but I would like now to make a second round of introduction, asking the panelists to say a little bit more about, let's say, their professional background, expertise, and specific particular perspective on which they approach, let's say, this question of competitiveness and innovative nature and capabilities of our universities. Let's begin with Professor Bijeikienė. Vilma, the floor is yours.
Well, is it working? I guess it's working. Well, you mentioned this professional relevance. I would say that as a linguist, I perhaps would have little relevance when it is about corporate partnership with universities. But today we have heard a lot of good connections. And it is all about connecting different fields to really achieve results in our unstable and shifting world. And especially when I talk about transformations that the universities could bring to society. So it was mentioned a lot of times today that humanities perhaps could be a solution to different educational problems when we talk about the right mindset for the current world. So I think that that's how I may have this relevance to the topic. Otherwise, I'm a linguist, a sociolinguist. I'm interested in multilingualism and multilingualism in Europe and in general, the development of language competences. So that is my field.
Thank you. And I wouldn't say that it is so distant because you can hear it from many, let's say, people that the main problem in enhancing the innovation and competitiveness of universities is that we are not speaking the same language as business. So obviously, it's a little bit figurative speech, but nonetheless, this question of speaking the same language is absolutely crucial, perhaps, for, let's say, establishing this type of relationship that makes it possible to...
Absolutely, if I might just react. You know what's the key word everywhere in business, in politics, and all around? Just think for 1 second and I'll tell you. The key word is communication. So I think that is always the problem. Whenever something goes wrong, everybody says, okay, that was wrong communication. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Manuel, may I ask you to add something to your description?
Thank you so much for the question, but also for the organizers, for the opportunity to be here. I'll try to argue that we Europeans have a unique opportunity to align policies, to act in our institutions, and to accelerate research and innovation towards European competitiveness. But to give a new centrality of research and innovation, it requires definitely the activism of all of you, of all of us. It does not happen overnight. And we need really to join our common efforts. In our report that you just mentioned, Align, Act, Accelerate, there are 3 key messages. First and foremost, we all Europeans are now discussing the next framework program for research and innovation, and this is a unique opportunity to strengthen and to align the different visions throughout Europe of a new European context. And therefore we call for a transformative agenda for the next framework program 2028-34. Second, more and more we need to engage the young adults, and therefore we propose the Commission to launch Choose Europe, a Choose Europe program as a co-funding mechanism to provide better jobs, better careers, but essentially to engage young adults. Last but not least, our third message is more and more to take more risks and to really understand failures as a step to success. And this do certainly require we all change our current methods of assessment and funding research and innovation to be more inclusive and, above all, to accelerate high added values, products and systems. And it is not only our reports. This morning was clear, President Niinistö, together with his own report, together with the letter report on the European Common Markets or the Draghi report on the European competitiveness, these four reports call above all for a collective action of aligning and act on our current system to face exactly the new complex of uncertainty that you expressed in one of the main vectors, which is the increase of Chinese science.
Thank you very much. Marius, Manuel represents, so to say, the nation-state, member states of the European Union, and you represent, at least officially here, the European Commission. So tell us something about you and what you think about, let's say, the key to solve the problem of improving Europe on its innovative capabilities is more in the hands of the national governments or the European Union administration?
Thank you very much, and glad to be here. Glad to be at Vytautas Magnus University. Not the first time in this hall, always happy to visit Kaunas. We have close cooperation between the European Commission and the university. I've heard that European Commission Executive Vice President was speaking via the video link or send her video message, which is of course nice for an event like this. Unfortunately, I haven't heard, so I hope I will not contradict, to what I was saying, because I'm in the last few years an official representative of the European Commission here in Lithuania. But I've been working for EU since Lithuania's accession, since 2004. And my job was, spanned through many things, but one thing is notable, and that is the connection between economy and policy. So, in fact, exactly what we're speaking here today. I think from the European Union perspective, it's always very easy to speak about higher education, because whenever I remind Erasmus, everybody smiles. You smile here too, I see. Why? Because this is probably the most successful EU program generally, and probably the most successful higher education program in the world. Started as a super small thing some 30 years ago. 35 years ago, I believe, and now it spans all over, and I think whenever somebody asks me what is an advice I can give them, a young person, I always say, go at least once for Erasmus, because all this cross-border dimension provides such a good thing. Now, coming back to your question and putting a little bit things into perspective of China, US, Europe, and how we look. I wonder whether this change of percentages of the world economy, do they really reflect that we are bad, or do they reflect that someone else is very good? Because, you know, economy is of course not everything. If you ask people where they would like to live, majority will answer Europe for various reasons, for a combination of various things. Be it economy, but also, you know, life, the way of life you can be having in Europe. I mean, it's incomparable, these things. So when we speak about economy and when we do those kind of comparisons, we have to keep in mind that economy is not everything. But of course, we're here to speak about economy. So, so there, indeed, you know, we need to see what are the strong points of our system and what are the weaknesses in our system. And I think, you know, one of the weak points of our system, and by the way, for Erasmus, it's a strong point because we have a pretty good funding interface. But I think when we speak about other things beyond Erasmus, the funding interface is quite complicated. So one of the weaknesses which we have, and you know, Draghi, who made a report last year, an important report, really to see the connection between universities and so on, he says we need to have a one-stop shop for innovation. Also encompassing universities too in all that game. So I think this is an important first point. Second point is that we must reward impact and not input. Here, you know, I'm speaking about publications versus patents, startups, and so on. So that's the second point. And the third point, I think we need even stronger cross-border cooperation and various alliances, because this is what the EU is about. We are 27. We have to always remember that we are 27, and only by combining all that force together we can be, you know, making full potential, using full potential of us. I think I'll stop here, but I have more for other interventions.
Okay. Thank you very much. I smiled because indeed all over the world people envy us. You know, at all universities that I visit, you know, out of Europe, their reaction is the same. So they envy us, the Erasmus program, as something that, you know, they dream of. But on the other hand, it is also telling to some extent that having for so many years such a successful program, it's so little translate into, let's say, this actual success of our universities in terms of competitiveness in innovation and so on. So perhaps we are lacking some element, let's say, that should be a kind of a continuation of Erasmus program for those who graduate and so on. I have no idea, perhaps it will come back, this topic. So Tomas, very nice first name, by the way. Tomas, you represent business, so in many academic discussions, the big absentee, I would say, that everybody is talking about, you know, how we should collaborate with business, what we can to offer, and so on, but very rarely, let's say, the actual representatives of business take part in such discussions. So I would like to begin with two questions. The first is, what is Novian? And the second, do you need universities for your company and for its development? And please be honest, not polite. Not necessarily.
Thank you, Tomas. So first of all, big honor to be here. I'm second time in my life on the stage. First time I was 25 years ago getting my bachelor diploma, I believe. So it's very good to be back. Novian, we're an IT company. I think by EU we are called large IT company, even we feel very small. We have 300 people. We are doing headquartered here in Lithuania, in Vilnius. But we do have our business in some other European countries. We have Estonian, Norwegian office. We do IT projects in Africa. We have our office in Rwanda as well. We do some projects in Brazil. So we are a mid-sized IT company which is trying to do business globally. And yeah, we very much feel that competition around us when we go globally, but I mean, we feel good. And 95% of our employees are from universities. Maybe that 98%. I think it's really in IT industry, that's a good and bad thing. I think it's good, it's a pleasure to work with those highly educated people. On the other hand, I believe that in future we need, I mean, there are a lot of basic things in IT industry, so sometimes it's strange that university people with diploma, with master degree need to do those basic things. But yeah, I think universities are doing a great job. I mean, the talent pool we have here in Lithuania, and I think in general in Europe, is a perfect one. I think the problem is somewhere else. I think we got used to a very good life and got a little bit lazy. So I think that's the issue.
Did I understand correctly that you are back here after 20 years after your graduation? You haven't been here?
No, I've been on this stage. I haven't been, but in university, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And I mean, there are beautiful jazz festival in this hall happening, so I think a lot of us been here dancing and having a good time.
The evening is, quite close. Okay, so guys, the first question that I would like to ask all of you, in order to a little bit encourage you to refer to each other's answers and perhaps even to dispute or argue a little bit with the perspectives that each of you is going to offer. But the common question to all of you is the request actually to identify the most important, most significant challenges and opportunities that European universities have to enhance their capability to compete sorry, on the global market in terms of both scientific research and, above all, innovative contribution to economic development. So let's begin in the reverse order, perhaps with Tomas this time.
So we need to talk more with universities and business, and I think those conferences, these conferences like this is a good tool as well. But yeah, I think there is this joke, and I think everybody heard that US is about innovating, China is about copying and being very fast, and we are about regulating. So I think we need universities' help to change this paradigm somehow in Europe. Because we in business, we don't feel capable on working on that. So I think of course those regulations, they protect us, and sometimes we feel very good about it. But I think our success depends, can we be successful outside of Europe? And in those countries we meet all the global competitors, and we need people who are willing and enjoying that competition. And this regulation and this, what is the English word, greenhouse effect we're creating here in Europe sometimes is not really helping us to go outside of Europe. So I think we love all those EU-funded programs and EU-funded projects, but sometimes we get spoiled by them. So we need, I might be shooting into my own leg, but I mean, sometimes less funding is a good thing as well. Then we learn things to do and we get more competitive.
Very dangerous thesis. there is not, it is not a joke, but a serious claim made recently by one of the Chinese authors that the key difference between, he referred to the US, comparing China and the US, is that China is ruled by engineers, while the US by lawyers. And I think that it is even more true in respect of Europe, although I'm a bit skeptical about, let's say, whether we won't exaggerate with this over-regulation here in the EU, and perhaps it could be also the follow-up question to you. Is it really such a huge obstacle, let's say, in developing business that you, if we just get rid of all those regulations, suddenly European companies, become much more competitive and, able to win, let's say, with those from other parts of the world?
Of course, it's a little bit exaggeration, but startups here in Europe, we look for new ideas. We EU money. Somebody in US or China, we are looking for business money. So of course, we are learning a little bit different perspective of doing business. But I mean, there are a lot of good things here in Europe, and the talent pool, I think that's where our universities and our young people, I mean, they are great. So now the question is, what can we do with that great talent pool, and how to utilize it in a better way? I mean, we still, I mean, we go to Africa. A few years ago, we won a big project in Brazil. We still have our unique capabilities here, and a lot of things we do here in Europe, for us, they look like normal ones, but when you go to countries like Brazil, they still feel that's very innovative. So, I mean, we have a lot of advantages, and I think it's a big, I mean, universities educated the people a little bit in different ways. So we have this advantage, and we still have time to use it. So, I mean, we are in a very good shape, but with regulation, I mean, if we take AI, now in Europe, we are thinking on one hand how to invest, on the other hand, we are creating, I think we will be like first union, which will have AI directive, which maybe is a good thing, but everybody knows in the world that we are already behind US and China, far away. So starting from directive doesn't make much sense. I mean, we're already behind so much that we will not have what to regulate.
I'm a lawyer by profession, so I could say that we lawyers in Europe are much more innovative than lawyers in everywhere else. We can,
which is good
produce much more innovative regulations than others. Okay, now, Marius, please share with us your perspective on these opportunities, challenges and opportunities issue.
Well, I think there are various angles to how to approach this question, but let me first also agree a little bit with the previous speaker who was saying that universities in Europe are producing a great pool of very talented young people who are then actually creating a number of very good also companies and applying for a number of very successful patents. But then, when we look to the biggest companies, the ones which have grown from the small ones to the big ones, the so-called unicorns, we like the word in Lithuania because there are a few which have grown here. We always see that there are very few in Europe, but many in US and also some in China. And then, we are thinking, so where is the problem? Is it really the problem of universities? Is it really, where is that problem? And I think Professor Draghi, when he was doing his famous report to which I already referred of last year, he pinpointed the problem very well. And the problem is not at all the universities. The problem is apparently the fact that we are having 27 instead of 1 capital markets. And that's why we do not have so many possibilities for funding. And while at the very early stage you can help with state or European funding somehow, of course it always with various strings attached and so on, we can simplify, we can come to that. But then when you need to grow and grow quickly, you can't do those things. You need much more money. And then you have to take it from the private sector. And in the private sector, Europe saves a lot, but usually keeps that in the banks. Does not invest into the capital markets, because if you invest it into the capital markets, that's being converted into bonds. If it's being converted into bonds, then somehow, you know, it has to be the whole chain. That's why everybody is moving to the United States. So the problem number one, which I see, and of course he pinpointed many more problems, but for me, the problem number one is in fact funding at the stage of growth. And this is where Europe is facing the problem. That's one thing. Second thing, if we are also going a little bit away from the universities, is, and that is this myth with the regulation, not regulation, and I will specifically speak also on the AI, but first, generally. Again, we are 27, and let's take the example of these capital markets. So what does that mean? That means that we have 27 different regulations in each member state on capital markets. 27, not, you know, one like in US, not one like in China, although capital markets there is a completely different question. So it might sound very strange, but actually the first answer to too much of regulation in the EU is the regulation by the EU and not by the member states. It's actually harmonization, because once you get one set of rules, you replace 27 sets of rules. So kind of counterintuitive, huh? Because when we are speaking, Europe regulates, but actually when Europe regulates, it removes so much of regulation of the member states. Okay, there you start facing political problems, you know, to what extent do member states want to allow the EU to do things and so on. But the point is like that. And now AI question, okay, probably one again can be looking at it from various perspectives, but you know, the question we have to ask ourselves, can we allow to be like China in the sense of human rights, in the sense of the society that we have created? Can we allow ourselves? I mean, will we not be destroying without these rules for AI? Because we, you know, those who use the AI, those who study the AI, those who go deep into the AI, they know the opportunities, business opportunities, but they also know the opportunities for control and opportunities for changing the society. So the question is, can we really allow not to have regulation? And then there is also this other angle when you do something at the EU level. It creates a certain legal certainty and you know, understanding, and also the first move advantage. Those who are operating in Europe, they have the first move advantage because they know that if it's working in EU, it will work everywhere in the world.
Thank you. You know, especially the first part of your answer is, at least for me as a representative of the university, a little bit heartwarming. I would say that we are more the victims of the fragmentation of Europe rather than, you know, somebody that could be blamed for, let's say, the lack of success of, let's say, those companies at a certain stage of development, that they cannot grow bigger. It is not the, let's say, deficiencies of, let's say, what we are doing or providing them with, but rather, let's say, the objective obstacle that is, you know, the scale of internal market and internal capital capabilities, let's say, of particular member states compared to such markets like China and the US. So in this sense, it's good to hear, I would say, for the universities at least. And Manuel, how those answers have, what they have in common with the conclusions of your report?
Thank you so much. Let me be very clear. We know more and more, particularly in the last year, that Europe is the most robust and in the most reliable parts in the world. And also the most efficient paired to the resources involved. We are not a federation, so we cannot compare with the United States. We have human rights and the freedom of thought, so we cannot compare with autocratic regimes like in Russia or in China. And we are also the most efficient due to our diversity. So we should not blame about fragmentation. We are by nature a diversified region, and we should be different and build on our diversity from the others. And by being proud of the European project, we need to understand that it is definitely different from the others. We also need to understand that when we look to all the competitors, we are lagging behind, for instance, in investments, not only in universities, but in the research and innovation ecosystem. So if you ask the question about European universities in general, I will try to answer in 3 ways. First, always to excel in their main target of education and research, because universities are just part of a very complex and increasingly diversified ecosystem. Second, to enlarge and to diversify the supply. We have already discussed Erasmus, but please don't forget that current figures show that in Europe only, until now, 40% of 20 years old young kids participate in higher education. So in average, we still have 60% of young adults out of higher education. And we should be proud of the Erasmus, which until last year has engaged over 16 million European citizens, but they only represent a very small fraction. The current target is to get to 20% of the students. So there are still a lot of young adults completely excluded from this. So enlarging, even compared with the United States, we need to enlarge and diversify our higher education system to engage more and more, particularly in times of an increasing polarization, political and social polarization of our societies. So more and more engage everyone, and every single young adult will be a critical point. Last but not least, I'm really convinced that more and more, apart from the focus on education and research, is also or is becoming to be more and more part of the university system in Europe to collaborate with public and private systems to create better jobs. When we look at the increasing polarization of our societies throughout Europe, and also looking at what happened in the United States, when we see many young adults supporting populist movements, we need to better understand, and the European Science Policy Research Center has clearly alerted for that. We need to understand the need for improve the quality of jobs for young adults in Europe. And this is rather complex, but is becoming a new task, certainly cannot be taken by universities per se, but the need to collaborate with public and private institutions to foster a better quality of jobs for young adults. And now if you look from not only the inside universities, but from the public policy point of view, I believe that we more and more need a portfolio of incentives. And actually, also recalling Mario Draghi 2 weeks ago in Brussels, the current European funding is not enough. And therefore, how can we essentially align all our countries to raise the additional resources we need to provide a better future for young generations is a concern of our generation at the current time.
Thank you. It's more and more heartwarming, I would say, because, Thomas said that, we provide him with excellent graduates, alumni, very well educated, and so on and so on. You know, the problem lies perhaps in the limitations of capital markets and the scale, limited scale of them within our nation state, and perhaps the main challenge is the quality of jobs for, let's say, our alumni. So it taken all together, sounds as if we are doing great as universities, and you know, all problems and challenges around us. Vilma, would you agree with that, that we are doing such a, perhaps it's easier to see the deficiencies from inside than from outside. So,
Yeah.
so would you agree with we are doing such a great job?
Thank
as
you, Thomas. Maybe it's because we are getting, how to say, at the second half of the day, getting toward the end of the day, and life becomes more colorful and happy. So, well, to continue on that good note, I would also like to share a success story, actually, of what we have done here in Lithuania, and together with partners in the field of cooperation with partnerships with corporate business. Actually, it started basically like a year ago, maybe a bit more, when two professors from Massachusetts Institute of Technology of Lithuanian origin, Gitanas and Nausėda Urbonas, came to us with an idea, or brought the idea to Lithuania, to start cooperation with the first world university, with Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And actually, it's very interesting that at MIT, they have this notorious motto, we are not the best, we learn from the best, although in fact they are the best according to QS rankings. So, but that was actually a very challenging idea. And of course it takes more than one university in Lithuania to cooperate with MIT, to stand on more or less equitable footing. And encouraged by Lithuanian Research Council, we took, Vytautas University, we took responsibility to act as a coordinator of this initiative. And a year ago started assembling a consortium. And Tomas, with Novian Technologies, is actually part of the consortium. So we managed to gather 12 members. 5 major universities in Lithuania, 1 art academy, 4 business companies, and 2 research institutes. So really a very interesting consortium, and in fact, even our colleagues at MIT were surprised that we managed to have a consortium of that kind of composition, where businesses, universities, and research institutes act together for a goal. And of course, you have to have a very important goal to really, to keep that initiative, and to really see the vision of partnership stronger than the own interest, because it's very easy to just collapse to somebody's own interest. And that is actually what kept us moving forward. And you mentioned that very important aspect that in Europe we perhaps too much focused on input rather than impact. And that is something that is a reverse mindset that we understood comes from MIT. They are focused on impact, and for that they have that very clear ecosystem of how they cooperate with businesses. And in that ecosystem, one important element that the universities have, or actually in that case MIT has, is this right entrepreneurship or entrepreneurial mindset that they try to develop in their students. So basically they have a very simple formula that we could adapt here in Europe. That is this entrepreneurship mindset. And then another thing that Mario mentioned, the venture capital. So one element is the mindset, another element is the venture capital, and that's how you, in a way, encourage the young minds, the talents, to come up with startup ideas and implementation of startup ideas right away. So basically, as Gitanas shared, now what is the problem of MIT student in his or her 3rd year of studies? Well, I still haven't created my startup. So when our students will have those problems in mind, I think we will be perhaps getting ahead. I mean, in the chase of China and the US. So I think that this is something that we are happy about in Lithuania. We're really proud of having created it. Of course, it's still the beginning. We'll see how that partnership holds, because the true challenges perhaps are awaiting of how we manage to keep together, how we manage to come to impact rather than just trying to develop the steps ahead. But I think that is a good way, and maybe Tomas could actually add something from Norwegian perspective, from the business perspective, but we are in the same boat. And I think that we are now just on our oars to go forward.
Yeah, please respond. So, but you know, I can just, you know, maybe there is such situation when in Lithuania lately we are having good thinkers and good people around. So this MIT initiative, I think it's a great initiative. But I think, yeah, small is beautiful. So that's what we should be proud here in Lithuania, that it takes really a few calls or it takes a few minutes to go to different offices and meet people, and we can do some things jointly, which you know, I think you mentioned as well the word communication. As soon as people start communicating, that good ideas come up and good things happen. So these things are happening. The question is, do we need them, how to make them more happening even faster, and, you know, bringing some, I think it's a great input at the moment. So we need some results. But, you know, without a first step, there will be no results for sure. So I think we have, that's what I already mentioned, that this universities in Lithuania, you know, I mean, they are doing a very nice progress. So I don't know if, you know, if they would be doing even better progress, then it will be a challenge for us, for business, to catch those students. So, you know, we need to. But I was thinking, you know, in business sometimes it's very easy for us in business to measure our success. You know, you look at profit, you look at revenue, you look at maybe geographical expansion. I was wondering, because, you know, I'm not, I don't, how to measure the university success. And maybe, you know, if we could add some cooperation with business and how we measure universities' cooperation with business, and if we would measure that, then, you know, we would maybe have even bigger cooperation. But I don't have answer. I just thought right now that this measurement could exist.
This is exactly the question that I wanted to ask you next. To some extent, to prevent us as representatives of universities to get too self-satisfied listening to our discussion, that, you know, we like to think about ourselves as not only suppliers of well-educated job candidates, as something more. And that question that I wanted to ask to you is, do you feel that, you know, universities have to offer to you anything more than well-educated people that you can recruit and build your company on their basis? Because this is perhaps, let's say, the second part of that picture, that we are obviously an education institutions, that it is our core business, let's say, to make sure that companies like yours have access, let's say, to sufficiently well-educated candidates. But it is not only that. So we want to be something much more, let's say, that our contribution to let's say, innovation and economy should be much wider. And the question is, to what extent we are capable already to meet, let's say, that expectations of ours.
So at least from our company perspective, we tried a few options with university. One, of course, as a talent pool you prepare, so that's, of course, the natural one. The second one, I think we try to use universities as trainers for our people for different knowledge and skills. And the third option, we are trying, and we will continue trying, doing joint projects where universities and businesses participating. On this third option, I believe that's a very interesting field, which, you know, I think both sides, and universities and business, we are learning a lot, because the cultures within universities and within business organizations most probably are not exactly the same. But I strongly believe that those cooperation projects on innovative ideas on different businesses are a very interesting field where, at least from our perspective, we are very open and we are always looking for such initiatives. And I think at the moment we're having at least 4 or 5 initiatives where we are cooperating on a different business initiatives together with universities.
Thank you, Manuel. I see you wanted to add something or to respond.
Universities do exist for centuries, and we know very well what they mean. And actually, it will be always the focus on education and on the creation of frontier knowledge, but more and more they act as economic actors in society. But they do not replace firms or public institutions or social institutions. They are one type of institutions, and we know it very well. And when we compare with our global competitors in the other side of the Atlantic or in China, we cannot forget that we in Europe, in average, fund universities at much lower level than our global competitors. Funding per researcher or funding per student in Europe, in average, is half of the United States currently at 2025 values. So we should be proud, but by being proud of what we have been over centuries in Europe, we need to acknowledge that there are limits of what we are asking universities with the existing, and it is not our report. Mario Draghi says exactly the same thing. Mario Draghi 2 weeks ago said the money which is currently available is not enough if we want really to thrive. And we should be proud, by the way, we in Europe have developed the framework program, and the jewel of the crown, as many people say, is the European Research Council. So we have done it. And some of you may remember 25 years ago, and particularly 20 years ago in 2004, when the Commission launched the idea, Philippe Bousquet in particular, of the European Research Council, people say that will be impossible to build in Europe. And we have done it. We have built a totally independent research council which funds frontier research in the humanities, in the social sciences, in the biomedical science, and in engineering. So we have examples of excelling in Europe at a small scale when we compare with our global competitors, but we have done it. So we need to do more of that, and it is the message in much of our report.
But referring to your experience as a science minister in Portugal, do you think that it is just a question of funding, or are there any other policy instruments on the national level that could be implemented to enhance this kind of collaboration that Tomas mentioned?
Definitely yes. We know for decades or centuries science is social. So it depends always on the context and on the social conditions under which science and knowledge interacts. And that is the reason why it's so interesting to understand and to add value of the existing European diversity. European universities here are different from elsewhere. And we should add value out of that the diversity. And therefore, we need to more and more understand the key role of the European centralized programs, particularly to foster collaboration and to act on areas like frontier research, but also more and more on disruptive innovation. We have already been mentioned here the role of startups. We should acknowledge that over the last 5 years, and the data is in our report, we all in Europe have created more startups than the United States. But by being proud of that, we also should acknowledge that the scaling up process has not been possible because of the financial markets and the way they operate in a quite fragmented way in Europe. So there are many, many ways to help changing and improving the situation. But again, we have a reliable base where we can strengthen. And based on our report, the Draghi and the Enrico Leto report, the Joint Research Council of the Commission organized during the summer a very important debate how to move in the coming decade. And many of the ideas, again, bring this idea of align the national and European initiatives. Actually, the debate these days is very much in terms of a close articulation towards a potential merger of all the national science foundations with the European Research Council to create a very large European science foundation, and on the other hand, to diversify the innovation funds toward European regions, because place-based innovation is very much dependent on each region, and this is a process of moving towards an European context where we understand what can have a European dimension, what needs to have a regional dimension, and is a discussion going on these days in Europe. Also understanding the beauty of some European models, but the need always to align with very diversified existing models in different regions, because, hopefully enough, we are diverse and we should add value out of that, the diversity. Let me give you an example. In Portugal, over the last, say, 8 years, we promote what we call collaborative labs. Collaborative labs are collaborations between universities and the companies, but also public institutions, to create jobs and to diversify the type of institutions. That is a model where, for instance, you find similar models in the zone of Madrid, in the Netherlands. In Germany, you have a completely different models with public foundations like the Fraunhofer or the Helmholtz Foundation. So we don't need to have the same model throughout Europe. We need to articulate and to align the different models under a common European context, because our competitors, more and more, are outside Europe, are not inside Europe. And the idea to bring together and to align, to really understand that in the current increasing fragmentation of multilateralism, our competitors are outside Europe.
Yeah, and following, let's say, to what you have just said, let me just put it as an open question, and perhaps I would invite Marius to respond to that. Do you really think that, you know, this kind of, let's say, diversity among the higher education system and research funding systems on a national level is our advantage more than disadvantage? Isn't the success of like Bologna process or Erasmus program a strong proof that, you know, the more harmonized or even unified the principles on which this sector of the whole European Union operates, the better outcomes. So perhaps it is an obsolete situation that you know, universities are still kept as a matter of national governments, despite, let's say, a serious attempt to build a fully Europeized, if I may use that word, system of like one single European Research Council instead of local, smaller and let's say better or worse functioning, sometimes politicized also agencies that have, let's say, local policies, sometimes not very consistent with one another. What do you think about, let's say, that dilemma?
Yes, I think it's a good idea. No, I think you're asking convinced Europeans. So from my perspective, you know, the answer cannot be different. I always think that we find good European solutions, you know, and in my previous intervention, I already talked about the fact that when we have 27 systems, you replace it with one, it becomes simpler. But, you know, on the other hand, we also have to deal with the reality. I mean, in order to do these type of things, you have to, you know, to change our founding treaties, which is a process which will take super long. So I think we have to deal with what we have, and and to use those, you know, treaty provisions wisely. We still will be having those 27 systems, but we need to work, and this is what is happening. We need to work with the governments of different member states and try to find, to convince them, to find the solutions why they should be coming together, you know. Some of the solutions we are already working, the European Universities Initiative, with various alliances. We have the European Research Area Policy Agenda. We have the funding opportunities which are being merged, and by this we are convincing as well to go one or another way. You know, we have now new things coming. I mentioned before all this financial markets. So there we have the scale-up strategy. We also just recently released the reskilling strategy at the European level. And there you put various things and then you test it with it. This is the method. You test it with the member states. You see which fly better. And then you go ahead with them. Of course, this is not a full-scale harmonization. But we work with what we can and we try to produce the results. If you ask me again whether I would like it differently, yes, I would like it differently. But you know, let's do the best what we can from what we have.
Thank you. And last question before we invite also the audience to ask questions. Vilma, to you, even more difficult than the previous one, Marius. Global competition is really a ruthless, brutal game. So in order to really, let's say, try to outcompete, let's say, the leaders, in particular Asian ones, but Americans as well, we would have to, let's say, press our researchers, our colleagues to, let's say, maximum effort, focus, dedication. Aren't we too lazy in Europe for that, or too spoiled, I would say, to be able, let's say, to sacrifice too much to win in that game in which, you know, every moment of weakness, you know, is immediately somehow punished by competitors. It's similar like in business. So in this sense, obviously the more, let's say, incentives and let's say internal drive you have, the bigger chances you have to really win. What do you think about that?
Yes, I think that that brings me to this saying that, okay, lazy people are usually the smartest because they try to somehow survive without not being too diligent, right? So I think that, you mentioned this, whether we should pressure even more the researchers to deliver, right? And Mario said it very correctly. Input is not the answer, and perhaps we really have to be wise and smart. And I will repeat this motto from MIT, learn from the best. We need to not only learn from the best, but also work together with the best and take the best from that cooperation. So I think that is the way. We need to really consider very wisely where we invest our time, not only money, right? And to make those wise decisions. We've been learning a lot through that cooperation with MIT, even if we haven't received very tangible results. But we have received a lot of know-how. And a lot of know-how that actually even came not from MIT per se, but from our cooperation in that consortium. We see studies, we see research from different perspectives. I mean, the academic world and the business world. And this gives us a lot of good input. Now we are starting working on a study module that will be designed. We are starting now designing it together with the businesses of the consortium. So all the universities, and you understand me, that universities working together is always not easy, to put it softly, and then businesses together. And the idea is actually to really have it interdisciplinary, from really have it combined from different perspectives. For instance, the model will be on educating engineers. And that could be very fundamental, very specific, very narrow focused. But that came from the businesses, from Ineta's group, who is also members of the consortium, that they need engineers with much more skills. Well, in Lithuania, it was understood that there are many good projects that were not implemented. I mean, energy projects that were not implemented due to the fact that community was not ready to accept them. So you need communicative skills. You need empathy. You need to understand how to show empathy. You need to understand how to talk to the community, how to engage community, all kinds of skills that are necessary for the project to be successful. So I think that our way is not to stress our researchers out of their last capacity to do anything. Our way is to really be smart, to really work in teams, and that is another example that we've learned from MIT. When they start a project, they always think, okay, what competences do we need for it? Doors are open everywhere. Okay, we start that project, fine. We need an architect here, we need a designer, we need somebody who will visualize our idea, we need somebody who will write about it. So let's take the best of all the capacity that we have at our university. Let's put them together, and then perhaps nobody needs to be stressed and pushed to the limits, as sometimes happens in academia. So that's my take on it.
So in your opinion, the complaints that we have, for example, at our university, more and more often from some of our colleagues that, please don't send me email later than, let's say, 4 p.m. because, I cultivate work-life balance and, don't bother me with, my professional duties in the afternoon because, I have my leisure time and so on. It is not an obstacle, let's say, to compete with, the leaders of global competition.
This one late email will not change anything.
Again, heartwarming answer. Okay, we have 5 minutes for questions from the audience. I know that it is very late, so it's not easy to mobilize, but perhaps there are some.
Thomas, it's all here.
Oh, come on.
Maybe I'll be quicker to bring.
So actually, I'm wondering why we are so focusing on competition. I think this is not really our problem, because what we want is a good life, and I think it's a good life in a changing environment, and also with the demographic change in some countries at least. And I think we have to get prepared for it. So I think. So we need more resilience against storms, other weather issues. For instance, we have to think about how we can organize care for older people, how we maintain our infrastructure, and how we find solution against climate change. But instead we are focusing on unicorns to get, I don't know, the new iPhone or what kind of product we cannot imagine now. So does it really help us? So I think there are so many open problems, and I would really prefer to to focus on solving these obvious problems that we are facing instead of looking forward to solutions that we don't miss so far. Perhaps, that's not a question yet, but I would like to hear your opinion on this.
I couldn't agree more, by the way.
I have a concrete question, Peter Hanberg from Portugal, and maybe I start with Manuel Heitor and asking him to explain a bit where the money that you were speaking about that we need for research and universities should come from. How can we actually ask for this, and how can we get more money?
That is an excellent question.
You might need it again.
Again, I would like to use the example of one of the most recent crises that we Europeans should be proud of the way we manage COVID. Essentially, if we look at today in COVID, there are several written analyses of what in Europe has been done. I will identify three key issues. A clear centrality of research and innovation. We had in Europe the capacity to produce vaccines, RMNA, and that was inside the research labs and was a unique opportunity for centrality of research. Second, all the member states for the very first time authorized the Commission to go to the financial markets and take debt and build the Recovery and Resilience Funds. Actually, Mario Draghi 2 weeks ago, and he is the former president of the European Central Bank, was discussing with President von der Leyen the need to go again to debt and to the financial market. Last but not least, if you remember in COVID, apart from the centrality in research, apart from going to the financial markets through debt and build the Recovery and Resilience Facility, a third clear instrument which was done for the very first time in Europe was European public procurement to buy and distribute vaccines. This idea of European public procurement has been very complex to implement in any other way. We see in our report, Mario Draghi mentioning in his report, Enrico Letta mentioning in his report, President Niinistö this morning also in his report in European security, he also mentioned the need to really understand that there are no borders to threat and we need to consider European security through European public procurement system. So I will argue that these three instruments that uniquely in Europe we have done after the COVID should be used again to face the new crisis and the new war situation that we are facing for the last 3 years and a half. Again, we should be very clear that the proposal presented, in my view, by President von der Leyen in mid of July for the next framework program is a good starting point, but not enough. Again, clearly in our report for the framework program, we have suggested at least 220 billion aligned with Mario Draghi. This proposal is 175, but apart from that level of money is not enough. We need new European own resources, which is this way to get the financial markets. We know it is not consensual, but beyond all these reports, which has been commissioned by the European Commission, take also, and I will conclude with this statement, take also the work the Nobel laureate Jean Tirole published a few months ago about what he called the European mid-tech trap. We may not agree on his recommendations, they are not consensus, they have not been throughout Europe, but his economic analysis is very clear. We have had very low levels of public investment in Europe, and most of the public investment at national and European level over the last 20 years was oriented to technologies of low and medium intensity, particularly focused on the automobile industry. And this idea that we need to raise public investments towards higher added value products and systems, which again is in all these reports which we have been mentioning over the day, it is also clear, will require more public investments. And this is the key question of our current financial system, which do not allow, because of the limits of debt, do not allow that public investment. And therefore, Mario Draghi's solution and President von der Leyen in early July in the European Budget Conference was clear. We need new European own resources. And if member states do not agree with that, it's impossible to have additional funding level. So this is a very complex situation, politically, financially, economic, but the current levels of investment in Europe are very low compared with our global competitors. And to create value, we need what, in the European language, is the new European own resources, which is the idea to go to the financial markets.
Thank you very much. And the last question for today goes to the center of the audience. Yeah, behind you. And then we will go to the long-awaited and well-deserved dinner.
Thank you very much. Simona Kustac, University of Primorska from Slovenia. Congratulations for everything heard right now. I have a slight revision proposal for the title. If we just replace competitiveness with cooperation, what then your answers would be? My dear colleague, Manuel, actually already addressed early in the beginning that there are many, many differences among us on global continents. But are we maybe right now living in the times where maybe cooperation would be a changer of the game, especially compared to what we were listening to in the morning? So is the cooperation maybe the answer not to speak about war in a way as we obviously need to speak right now? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, very short answers. Is cooperation the answer instead of...
Yes. Thank you, Simonetta. We were colleagues in the European Council of Ministers, and I do remember your key role and visiting you in Slovenia. But again, cooperation is more and more aligned. National and European policies act on our systems and accelerate. And actually, if we go back to President Niinistö this morning, there are no borders to threats. So this is not an Eastern European context, it's a context for everyone. So we have a unique opportunity again to join efforts and to act.
Thank you, Vilma. Do you prefer to cooperate or to compete?
My answer would be you have to be competitive to be a good partner to cooperate with. That would be my answer.
Well, I think I spoke all the time about cooperation, and in fact, when we speak, of course, of cooperation in this slide, maybe we should say European cooperation first and foremost, because this is one of the strongest angles which we can achieve. And by the way, to combine funding and to have always a condition of cooperation, this is one of the approaches which we could do, and it works in other areas. You are now, everyone here is now in the place where, you know, everybody is so worried about defense. And of course, defense is the area which is even more kind of goes to the heart of each member state's sovereignty. But by you know, making funding contingent of cooperating, I see that we are moving there. So we can certainly move much faster in this area.
You know, cooperate within the EU and compete outside is like the essence of the idea of European University Alliances, by the way. So we can, yeah. And Tomas, yeah, last words belong to you.
No, I'm taking this good life and cooperation as a learning that, you know, I'm imagining now I will tell to my 300 people in a company that, you know, we will not compete anymore. We will target to have a good life in this company. And it will be a culture change as well, so let's see what it brings. So, but it's a good remark, so I'm really taking it positively. Sometimes, yeah, maybe we too much focused on competition as well. So not forgetting a good life and cooperation is important.
Thank you very much. This is the end. We are, you know, much behind the schedule, so thank you very much and wish you a nice evening and see you tomorrow morning again.
Absolutely. I just, to round up, I perhaps will not go to the lectern and say it just from that comfortable armchair here. I was written a beautiful description of what's awaiting us now in the building of Putvinskis 23, which is on your agenda, but I will not read it because I just want you to go there and see and experience it on your own. But that initiative is called, with a very intriguing name, Culture Uncorked, Wine and Snacks Soirée. So please enjoy it. Please go to Putvinskis building.